All right. Wonder if restreaming is giving me trouble again. Oh, is YouTube connected now? We are connected now, it seems. Thanks everyone for joining. This is part 6 of coding Welephant, which is a white elephant gift exchange. In front of us is my YouTube channel. On the playlists tab, you can see there is the Welephant tab. And all of the like 5 previous episodes are on there currently. And I will be adding today's episode when that is done, as well as future episodes, because I don't think it's going to be done today. So that is where you can go to find all about the history of the project. As a recap of last stream, we updated Blitz to the 2.0 subversion 12 beta for Blitz.js, which we thought would fix production runtime, but it didn't. And after I closed the stream, I very quickly figured out what the issue is. In that stream, I had thought it was a database issue, and it was not. It is a secret issue. So in this episode, I will describe how I found that, we'll fix it, and if we have additional time, we'll keep working on the app. Before we get into all that, I would like to mention some stuff. I mean, the first thing is always laterally.teachable.com. You can also go to laterally.io. We'll forward to the same location. This is my website where I teach people to learn to code. There's a free option, and there is a 30-minute consultation if you want to basically go the paid route and get one-on-one coaching. The free option is not only free, it's open source. It's Hacktoberfest right now, so you're more than welcome to contribute to the Laterally Slides GitHub repository. You can search for Laterally Slides if you spell it correctly. Comes right up to the top. There's about 13 issues. You can work on some of those. You can just make contributions wherever else you want. One thing is like these TikTok videos. Instead of just linking to the video, I'd like to have a sentence that makes sense and links to the video. That would be a useful improvement. You can see, for example, here it's saying Googling techniques, and then you click it and it tells you about Googling techniques. That's some of the highlights I wanted to hit. The last highlight that I wanted to hit is Substack optimal? So I started a Substack blog. So in the past, I have blogged at afterecon.com monthly for like 10 years. That streak recently came to an end. Why? Because the ROI of my time spent blogging and maintaining the site had been low. Basically, this is a WordPress site. I have to pay GoDaddy. It costs money. Upgrading takes time. I need to actually upgrade the WordPress version right now. So, and marketing it is not great. You can see there's my traffic. It spiked one time, and then otherwise it's pretty low. So if someone else could handle the marketing and stuff, that would be great. And I hear good things about Substack. So here is the first blog article, feat init optimality. You can say I'm using the syntax of a git commit here, conventional commit. And just real quickly, the 4 pillars of content, what can you expect to see here? Tech is one of them. Also policy discussions, economics, and philosophy, basically. So check it out if you want to learn more, optimality.substack.com. You can be one of the first subscribers. Okay, so we can close all those tabs. And get into what is the actual code thing. Yeah, so here is the server log. This is Vercel. I'm on Vercel, and we have the GitHub repository for Welephant is right here. So this is open source, github.com/Vanderveer/Welephant. What is a white elephant gift exchange? Check that out in the README. There's a link to Wikipedia. Basically, it's gift giving. And it's sort of like surprise gift giving and anonymous. You don't want to know beforehand who's giving you the gift. It's kind of like a surprise. And that's why there is utility in building an app. So everyone can build their wish list and like share, but they can share like anonymously. So that's what we're doing here. Hoping to use this for my own family at Christmas time this year. And the GitHub repository is integrated to Vercel. You can see in the top right, welephant.vercel.app. So here is what's currently happening. You can see the site loads and then it fails. And at the end of last stream, we were trying to figure out why. If you go over here to the network tab, like you don't see much. It's the get current user request fails, but you don't really get very many details as to why it's failing, which is arguably a good thing, right? Like for security, we're not exposing the information on the client. Although, after I figured out what the issue is, I note that the same error used to be propagated to the client, and now it's retained on the server. So, again, not necessarily a bad thing. For security reasons, it would be nice to maintain that on the server, but arguably a little unexpected. I don't know exactly when that change was introduced, maybe as part of the, I don't know. Okay, so how did I find it? The other thing we noticed last stream, I looked at the server logs last stream and I didn't see any logs for almost anything. And that is when it dawned on me, maybe I need to explicitly write the log. Maybe I shouldn't expect Vercel to like catch things. And so I explicitly wrote a try catch right here because we knew that it was erroring, but we were not getting any logging about the error details. So I explicitly wrote my own try catch, error and get current user, log the error, and that is when the logs started coming in. And so this is the problem. And so it's extremely clear now. It's actually not a database problem. Remember we tried, if you were watching the last stream, we tried switching database providers because I thought it might be like a database level issue. So we went Supabase over to Elephant SQL and back to Supabase. And those changes did not ameliorate the issue. What's the best backend framework? Oh, I don't know what the best one is, but I'll tell you the one that I use by default is I do like Node.js on the backend by default. So currently I'm using Blitz, and I would recommend that to you, again, by default. There's a lot of cases where it's not optimal, though. So that's really ideal for a full stack application. If you're just building microservices, like Java is tried and true, but in a serverless architecture, you have a cold start issue. So maybe think about Java, but if you have a cold start issue, then you could go back to Node and TypeScript world. You could also consider Go. Go is really great, although the community is smaller, but it's technically pretty awesome. Any thought on Java Spring Boot? Yeah, Spring Boot is pretty cool. I mean, it can actually be super annoying to use because of all the conventions that you have to follow. It's a two-edged sword, right? Well-defined conventions are a two-edged sword. The nice thing is that like pretty much everything you're supposed to do is well-defined, which is like the opposite of React world, where there are no strong opinions in React world. You have to kind of like, it's nice because you get to do whatever you want, but it can be painful because it's like if you want to do something and you don't know how, you get different answers all over the place. So that's one reason that Java Spring Boot is nice, is that you don't really get different answers all over the place. There's pretty much like one way to do things. Cool. Back to this task at hand. So it's not a database problem. It is a environment variable issue. Error, you must provide the session secret key environment variable. I could be mistaken, but I think this can just be like anything we want. So I'm going to go over to my template environment variable files to document the need of this environment variable. Remember, the template environment files should be 32 characters long. Is this 32 characters? I'm double clicking, I'm looking in the lower right. It says 33 selected in my IDE, so I know that it's over 32 characters. Do you need to inject the keys to the proper environment? I mean, basically yes. What's the best IDE? I don't. This term best kind of. I don't really like this term best because the answer is it depends on your situation. But the intelligent default that I recommend to people is definitely VS Code. I think it's a good idea for most people. So yeah, so we're documenting this secret right here. Gonna save that. Oh, this is the wrong application. Oops. This is a different, let me roll that back. That was a different repository. I'm in a multi-root. So I'm going to click here, right click, close to the right, Control P, Well, W-E-L-E. I can fuzzy type, and now I can type env. And so this brings me to the right one. Okay, so this is my env file, and then I also want my env.test. Arguably, it's not necessary in here, but do I want it for consistency or do I leave it out? Let's leave it out. No, let's not leave it out. It's not needed, but I would like to have a consistent state between my test environment and my runtime environment. And I want part of that state to include the environment variables available, so that even if my tests are not looking for it, I would want to catch a scenario where the presence of a variable caused an error. It's probably not going to happen in this case, but just as a general principle, I can have code consistency across my env files. Do you work for a tech company? Yep, I work at Upstart. The Postgres. Yeah, we're using the Postgres. That's TypeScript, right? Yes, TypeScript. Thanks for being here, y'all. And thanks for the likes. We got about 10 people, over 140 likes. If you go over to Twitch or YouTube, you can see the full screen. If you're on TikTok, just a quick public service announcement. Okay, so we're gonna commit these. Let me take it off screen, and I will briefly put a real secret value. So the same values that I just put foobar, it should be 32 characters long in the template file. I'm going to add those same variables to my non-template file. So .env is a environment variable template file, and .env.local is like my real one. So I'm saving that, and then I'm going to .env.test.local, which is the same thing for testing. I have those now saved, so I'll close those files, bring this back on screen, and let's go over to Vercel. Here in the GUI, now we will put the new environment variable into the Vercel settings, Vercel environment variables. I knew this through the command line. I can push and pull environment variables too, which is a really cool thing that Vercel enables. But nah, don't feel like doing that right now. So again, I'm going to take this off screen, and there's a field for my environment variable name and then the value. So I'm saving that. I can configure it by environment if I want to, so I can have like local, staging, production. But I'm just keeping them consistent for now. That save is done, and now you can see I have the session secret key, which is what it was asking for. How many years of experience? I have about 10 years of experience. Cool, over 250 likes, crushing it. Okay, so basically, I expect this error to go away. Remember, we want to define what we expect before we take any actions. That way we can verify and either affirm in a non-biased test because we did the assertion beforehand, or if it fails, we have an immediate call to mind of the root cause. So let's go to deployment. Actually, I'm going to go to the Welephant project page. Here are all the deployments. I want to create a new deployment, basically. So here's the most recent deployment. This is the one we were just looking at. The deployment succeeded, but then if you look at it in the runtime, there's an error. So here I'm going to click redeploy. I get this notification that says you're about to deploy with the same code, but with the new configuration from your project settings. In the last stream, I confirmed new configuration from your project settings does include environment variables, and that's exactly what I want to do. I want to use that new session key environment variable. So let's redeploy. And I'm not using the build cache. I want everything fresh. Boom. Cool. So this might take, 60 seconds or something. Let me grab a sip of my drink in the meantime. This is a really good time to kind of sit back while it's building and think about what would we do next. Suppose that the application works. What will we do next? There's two directions I can go. One is I'd like to replace Supabase because Supabase spins down and pauses your database so that if I haven't used the application recently and someone else goes to use it, it will simply not work because the database is spun down. That's inconvenient for any portfolio piece and certainly inconvenient for an application that I really want to use with my family this Christmas. We could go back to Welephant SQL now that we've discovered that this prod error was not actually a database error, but Welephant SQL had other issues, if you recall the testing issues that we had to fix. I could be willing to accept that, possibly if needed, or we could try a new database provider and try to get away from both issues with something like a Railway, render.com, or other options. So that's one route I could go, although I'm content to stick with Supabase through development time for now, but at some point I'd like to alter the database. Big fan of PlanetScale. Hey, what's up, Drew? PlanetScale's a maybe. I've used PlanetScale with Prisma and I had a bunch of issues. I filed some issues on the GitHub as well. Maybe they're resolved now. That would be nice. Yeah, we might circle back and use PlanetScale. It's a real popular solution these days. So we could alter the database. At some point I'm going to do that. I don't know if I'll do that today. The other thing I could do is just build out the GUI and build out the models. So that's what I'm going to favor for today. But let's see if the application is working now. Boom. Hey, it didn't evaporate. Did you see that? So we can inspect. I could also have pressed F12 here on the Windows machine. Going over to the network tab. Network tab is empty, but we'll refresh with the network tab open. We can see that those get current user calls are retained in a 200 status. So the error is solved, and basically our expectation is fulfilled, and we have good confidence about the root cause of the error and the fix. Happy days. Okay, now let me try to sign in. Let me try to log in with a user that I previously created. So this is john@ladderly.io. Feel free to email me at that public address. If I remember correctly, this would be foo_bar123 exclamation point. I might have done 1123. Can't remember if I did Fibonacci or not. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try again with the... Oh, it didn't work. Let's try to sign up. I could be forgetting my password that I used, or I could be typing it wrong, who knows. I kind of expect it should say this email's already taken, but let's find out. Well, that works just fine, and strangely enough, this is user ID 14, which means a bunch of, I'll send you the Prisma schema that addresses those PlanetScale issues. Thank you so much, Drew. That would rock. I highly appreciate that. So user ID 14 means a bunch of users have been previously created, which I didn't necessarily expect, but reflecting on my tests, my tests create a test user and then delete the test user at the end of the test cycle. So I think that is the reason for the ID increment. Let's go check the Supabase GUI, what I expect to find is that there are not, in fact, 14 users, despite the user ID being 14, and that this number is an artifact of transient test users, basically, creating and destroying those test users. So let's go over to the GUI. Boom! Got the Supabase open in another tab. Let me go to the database. Let's see, I want to go to the this database over here. Refresh the page just to make sure it's all recent. And I could do a SQL query, but I really shouldn't need to. Supabase gives us this kind of summary data. In the summary data, you can see there are 2 rows. Let's go ahead and click in, I guess. But that basically confirms that there are not 14 of them. Let's see, I can't click in there, so let's go to the SQL editor. Let's check the GUI table editor first. This might be a bit easier. Yeah. So we can see that the 2 users that exist are specifically user@example.com and john@laterally.io. This is the one I just created. And then let's look at the created at. And there's the ID 14. So this confirms we really just have 2 users despite the incremental ID. And that user@example.com, I think that is the transient test user that was like not cleaned up properly, maybe. Cool. So I think we can get cracking on actual features instead of toying with build issues. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. I have multiple tabs open. Let's prefer these down here. Keep that. One, two. Really, I only need one of these for cell tabs. And then here is the cool. So what do I want to do now? What I want to do now is I want the ability to create a wish list. Now, if I manually manipulate the route and I type /wishlist, is it wish lists with an S? Wish lists? Yeah. If I type wish lists, you can see this poorly styled GUI, but it has a create wish list button. And believe it or not, it's listing all of the wish lists in the database right now. There just are none. So we'll go through the creation flow. Error, you're not authenticated. All right, good. We love some validation, although I thought I was just signed in. I must have switched URLs. So in Vercel, one thing to note, you can see right here, the same application is deployed to multiple domains, and authentication is not recognized across them. So if I signed into one, then oops. So let's try to log in. Okay, and using the Fibonacci password right there. Okay, so we signed in, and you can see it's connected to the same database as we just demonstrated because I used the same login. But what I want to do is I want this to tell me that I can go to the wish list page. I don't want to like have to magically know that, right? So this is just some boilerplate, and we will basically replace this. I'm going to look for the string and go to projects, and I'm going to replace that. So I'm right here, I'm right clicking, close all others, Control-Shift-F, Control-V, enter. The Windows VS Code search is just straight up low quality, to be honest. It like misses a bunch of stuff. So sometimes we wish we were on a Mac, but that's all right. So the search is not coming up, so I will like manually click around my file structure to get there. This is going to be on the homepage component, and so there's a few places that I can check that are related. First, I would just go to Pages, Index, but then I also might need to look at this app, this document, and then I also might need to look for a homepage component inside of this index page. But I think it's going to be here. So let's scroll around this code and look. This is technically the home component right here. The Jexter Mister, I'm learning to code, any tips? Yeah, I would start with Codecademy Pro front-end path. If you want to pay a small dollar amount, if you can pay more, I would get personal tutoring. You can check the link in my bio for that. And if you want to pay $0, I would check out Free Code Camp. But bear in mind, you get what you pay for. The Free Code Camp curriculum is not as good as some paid options, but it's best in class for free and well recognized. Okay, so and go to, this is what I was expecting would have shown up, Control-Shift-V, Control. And see now it does show up the same search query, and that's because of the way that the caching works. Like basically now that I've opened the file, VS Code has put the file into cache. But it's like too much to index or something when I have a multi-root. So it just like didn't find it the first time. But this is it. This is what we're looking for. So again, we're working with React. It has an HTML-like syntax, but it's technically all TypeScript, which compiles to JavaScript. TSX is a TypeScript-based JSX component file ending. You can see this is index.tsx, meaning it is a TypeScript JSX component. So that tells us immediately that we're using React and TypeScript. I tried edX.org, and while David is brilliant, I feel like an idiot in his class. Yeah, Codecademy is going to be a lot more beginner-friendly, in my opinion. Cool, so let's get rid of this Blitz. I don't want the Blitz picture. I'll maybe comment that and say to do. Yeah, so here's the Blitz picture. So we'll say to do Welephant pig. We can actually get to that today. That's one of those fun things that we can get to today. Let's comment, we can comment the whole logo div. Oh, it's mad. It's mad because I have nested comments, I think. Yeah, so flatten the comment, comment the whole logo div. Congrats, your app is ready. Let's delete this. I mean, having this like an opening paragraph is not a bad idea, but I wanted to say something else. I don't even mind having this strong. So what will I say? I will say, welcome. I think I want to link Welephant in the Wikipedia, like right out here. Let's get a permanent link. So we're going to say, welcome to Welephant. And then we will create, let's do a subparagraph. Let's see. Let's try it in one, but I think a Welephant gift exchange assistant. How about Welephant party planner? I don't know. A Welephant gift exchange assistant party planner thingy. I think this works. Cool. So here we will produce the anchor. We're going to just hard code this link value to Wikipedia because I don't care. Because I don't care. Okay. And then Control S, it's formatting things automatically. Let's now, let's launch the dev server. So this is going to be Blitz dev. And that way when I make a code change, it is immediately updated on my localhost. It's going to take a second for that to load, no big. No bigs. Hey, quick reminder, if you go over to YouTube or Twitch, search for my same username, you'll be able to see the whole screen. Cool, you can see this long line of text, and then there's the link to Wikipedia. It works, but it looks pretty terrible, doesn't it? So let's break it up. Basically, I think having a separate paragraph here will make it look better. I think I'm going to need to add a space as well. I'm going to add a space right there. Exchange assistant, exchange space assistant. So let's grab this. This is the syntax for a space in JSX, because the spaces are not literally parsed natively because it's JavaScript code. So you have to add the expression for a space literal to get that space there in JSX. Okay, so we got that. I don't know. It's kind of fine. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of casual, but it's kind of dumb. Should I just drop this part? Let me know in the chat. I can either leave it like this or like delete the slash things. Let me know what you think. I'll leave it for now. I want to eliminate some of the intermediary white space. It's not a big deal, but I'll do that. To do that, here I will say style. I'm just going to code it in line because, again, I don't care. If I repeat the style, big fan of don't repeat yourself. So if I find myself removing top margin, I'll make a utility class. But at the moment, we're only doing this once. So I'm going to say margin top 0, just like that. This is JSX. It's not CSS, but it's transpiled into CSS. So the syntax is different. It's camel case, as in JavaScript, rather than kebab case, right? Let's right-click, inspect, and then check out the, first of all, we notice the spacing above and below is like different, like it's above and below, it's different, which is exactly what I did because I eliminated the top margin and not the bottom margin. But one thing that I don't think it necessarily looks good though. Here, let's play around. I'm playing around in the DevTools style section on Chrome DevTools. And I'm just going to play around with eliminating the bottom margin, basically making it look the way I want, and then updating the code as a last step. So I think this looks better. I haven't gotten to past 10 lines of code yet. Wow, you're on God level compared to me. Please don't compare yourself to other people. We all start somewhere. I've been doing this for like 10 years. I think this looks good enough. And here the space above and below looks asymmetric, but here it looks more natural, even though it is asymmetric to be clear, but it seems intentional. Like these go together and those don't. So it's like, so it works basically. So yeah, so let's implement that the way I implement that in the code. So we have the margin top 0 over there, and here on the above paragraph, I'll do a margin bottom 0. I'm just in awe. Thank you so much. I'm like blushing over here. Over 2,000 likes. Awesome. Okay, so let's F5 refresh on Windows to make sure that the styles stick, they persist, and that is because they are now saved into the code rather than in the Chrome DevTools. To give an example, here I'll say color red. You can see the text has changed to red, but I didn't persist it in the code. It's only in the Chrome DevTools. So when I refresh, it will be eliminated. It won't stick. You see that? So that's basically a way to test that you took your style that you put in the DevTools and you put it over in your code correctly, because the styles stick as you expect. All right. Welcome to Welephant. This sign up login, great. To add a new model for your app, this is not what we want to do. We want to say, like, to create a new wish list. To create a new wish list, push this. And then there's a button that says this. It's not aligned the way I want. I want it to look like the sign up button, right? So let's look at the sign up button and try and figure out what's the difference there. So here we can see class name button small. So it's definitely the class name is the difference. So I'm copying this. I'm going to go over here, Shift Home, which highlights the whole line, Control V to replace, Control S. My auto format kicks in. In VS Code, you want to make sure your auto format is configured. And it's actually a development smeller. It helps your intuition. It helps you know when something is going wrong because you will hit save and it will auto format correctly, means everything is written in a correct syntax. And if it doesn't auto format as you expect, that is the formatter helping you realize there's a syntax error, which is one of those really weird things to explain. But like once you get in the habit of doing it, you realize it's like a total power move. It's like really, really helpful and you can't live without it. So we don't want it to say sign up. We want it to say this. Okay, so it looks better, but I still want the line wrap. So a couple different ways we can introduce a line wrap. One is I can use the break tag, HTML tag, to force a break. I'm not a fan of that. For separation of concerns, I like my style to go in my style sheet. I like my HTML to describe my structure and my CSS to describe my style, which means I would like to break the line using CSS. So how can we do that, basically? Let's inspect this. There's a bunch of different ways. The specific CSS that we will use depends on the display type of the element. So this element is using a block type display, so it's non-flex. If it was flex, we'd be doing something different. Because it is a block type display, I can just introduce a new block and it will wrap down. So basically, currently the button is inside of the paragraph. The way to ameliorate the situation, the anchor is not a block type. We can see computed style is displayed inline. So there's a couple ways to do this. Basically, I could make this a block is one. I could just style it as a block. The other thing is I could bring it out of the paragraph that it's in and wrap it in a new paragraph. And that would also handle the situation. I could also use a div. Nesting paragraphs is a bad idea, but putting a div inside a paragraph is kind of okay, depending on who you talk to. So those are like a few options. Let's see, which one am I going to go for? I think I'm just going to make this a block. So I'm going to leave it where it is, and class name is button small, and I will add display block. Display block does nothing right now because I have not defined it, but that is an atomic syntax. That's an atomic style CSS rule name. It is going to write a display block rule, so we call it display block. That is atomic style naming. So where are the styles coming in from? Should be an associated CSS file. Because it's the index file, things are goofy. Normally I would have like component.tsx, component.css or SCSS. But this is an index page. It's not a normal component. So things are a little bit goofy, basically. So I'm worried they might have put this in like a public, like global styles, which is not really ideal. So I'm kind of browsing around at the moment, trying to figure out where these styles are living. Public, no. And I'm not seeing them. I'm going to Control-Shift-F dot small. So I'm looking for, yeah, and here we can see dot button dot small. The CSS is here inside of the component itself in a style tag. I'm super chill with this. I think this is totally fine. So let me extend this CSS basically, and I will add my display block rule. what are you coding? What's the best way to kind of play around and get to like see your code in real time? I like Chrome DevTools for that. You can also use Webpack Dev Server if you're a little more advanced, and if you're a little less advanced, you can use a code playground like the W3 or Codecademy code playgrounds. Are you using Beautiful Soup? Oh, never mind. What are you coding? We're working on Welephant. Daddy, sorry. Thank you so much. Use some type of graphic module. Yeah, that's probably good advice, especially for like Python, right? But I also like online code labs or like code playgrounds, like the W3 Schools one. All right, cool. I think that this button is kind of fine. It's arguably too big, and I want it to have a cursor when I point over it, right? So that's a problem. So let's work on that. It needs cursor pointer. Why does a button small has cursor pointer? We can see how it calculated that way. It calculated that way through WebKit link any. WebKit link any. Which I don't see explicitly specified. So I guess that is like the browser itself is doing that. This is kind of funny. I would rather have it explicit over implicit. So I'm looking for the button class, and I'm going to add the cursor rule explicitly onto the button class. I'm also going to put these in alphabetical order because like I have mental problems and it needs to be in alphabetical order. A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q. Okay, cool. And so what should that have done? What we expect that did is now when I hover over the buttons, I always get a cursor pointer. So you can see how it looks like a little hand. That's the cursor pointer. And that will be true for all three of these, so they're consistent now. And actually all of them are consistent. It's consistent in explicit code. Don't we love that? Don't we love that? Do you think the days of coding desktop web apps are coming to an end in favor of mobile apps? Not really. I mean, mobile's huge. Don't get me wrong. And I've tried to run numbers on this. I have a pretty good friend, Deo, I think I'm saying that right, Deo Savage on TikTok. He knows a lot more than I do about the mobile space. And we've had comments back and forth trying to like compare numbers through job search sites like Indeed jobs and LinkedIn jobs. As far as I can tell, and I've spent like some time on this, as far as I can tell, there are still massively many more web development jobs compared to mobile jobs. But the number of mobile jobs today compared to 10 years ago is like, it's a huge increase. So are the days of coding desktop web apps coming to an end? I mean, on what scale are we talking about? If you're talking about on the scale of tens of years, yeah, maybe in the next few decades, that will be obscure. But if someone comes to me today and they say, hey, should I do A or B because I'm trying to break into tech, I'm still telling them web apps right now. I'm still telling them React, not Swift, React, not, the Java SDK for Android or whatever. Like, if you want to break into tech, here's how you don't do it. The Java SDK for Android. Okay. Almost 4,000 likes. Y'all are awesome. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, if you go over to Twitch or YouTube, you can see my whole screen. And you can even see my, my cool hat that says I code in Caffeinate and my big honking nose that takes up like a third of my face. Okay, so we click the button. Where does it take us? It doesn't take us anywhere. We need to add the href. Okay, so here we'll add the href. And this is how the WebKit browser was able to detect with any link. It was like a pseudo class because it can actually tell if there's an href defined. And what I did is I overrode that kind of like implicit magical logic where it looked for whether or not you have an href, and I made an explicit rule that if you're called a button, you have a cursor. Now, ostensibly, if I had not added that explicit rule, but I did add the href attribute, this would also end up with the cursor anyway. But I'm still glad I did it because I like explicit code. And it allows me to develop in incremental steps. I can make it look like a button, then work like a button, instead of I have to do it all at once to get any of it to work, which is like the bad way. Cool. What am I trying to do? I'm going to use a relative path, slash. We're going to go for slash. I think it's wish lists plural. And we're just going to guess and check. And basically what I'm expecting is I click that button and I go to that GUI that y'all saw before that lets me, that lists out all the wish lists and lets me define a new one. Boom. There it is. Now, previously you may recall I clicked the button and it said you're not logged in, and then I never made one. But now I am logged in, so I should be able to make one. Wait, am I logged in? Actually, I'm not logged in. I logged into prod, but then I started localhost. So it should tell me, hey, you're not logged in, you can't do this. Boom. You're not authenticated. Yep. And so one thing I'd like to do is solve this unauthenticated page. We can add that as an issue. Let's go to, this is not a high priority, but it's something to make note of. So I'll create an issue, and that is not off page. Make not off page convenient. And what we want to add convenience, go home, login, sign up, forgot pass buttons on the you're not authenticated page. Also, nav bars everywhere. Because what happens today is I have to like go back and like log in and stuff. I'd rather just have one button. Or, oh yeah, better than a login button would be, better than login button would be put the form there. Right? So it's even more convenient. Cool. Let me address a couple of these comments. Do boot camps help? Yes, absolutely. Now, I've written papers on this. The answer is go to a good boot camp. Don't go to a bad boot camp. How do you know what a boot camp is? How do you know what a good boot camp is? Check hireability and educational prestige. Hireability and educational prestige. It's still on SSRN because the way I wrote it is stupid and I need to like fix it, and then a journal will accept it. The definition for prestigious boot camp, I put it in the conclusion when it should go way up in like the methodology. And so I need to move some of those parts around. However, this is still a very valuable and useful paper to you, my dear audience. This will tell you what is a good boot camp and what is not. So let's open the PDF in browser. It's for free. Go down to the conclusion. The answer is use course report, find a bootcamp with a rating of 4.25 or better, and a minimum of 400 reviews. That's it. If you do that, you have found a prestigious bootcamp. So examples would include like App Academy and General Assembly. I'm also a big fan of Code Foundry. Is it Code Foundry or Career Foundry? Let me double check that. The one app that will get you hired. They made a YouTube video on it. They made the app that hired. Career or Coder Foundry. This guy. This guy and his stuff. Web development projects that will get you hired. The one mobile code, not the mobile coding project. Whatever, anyway, it's Coder Foundry. And so if you go to course report, they're on there too. What I like about them is that they actually have a job guarantee. Coder Foundry. And there's a couple of places like this. Some people, the job guarantees come and go. So double check the latest information on course report. I think once upon a time, like Springboard had a guarantee, but I don't know if they still do. So here's Coder Foundry. And how do you know that it guarantees? Oh no. See, like even this has changed over the past like 3 months, if I'm not mistaken, because I think earlier this year they guaranteed it. So let's go see if I can find, maybe if Springboard is doing it. Lowagon's great, but I don't think they're in the US. So we're looking for most reviewed. And here's Springboard. Oh, it's Career Foundry. I think I mixed up Career Foundry and Coder Foundry. I think that's what I did. So Springboard guarantees the job still, and Career Foundry guarantees the job still. Great. My apologies. Career Foundry, not Coder Foundry. Anyway, that's how you find a high-quality boot camp. Okay, back to the task at hand. So you're not authenticated. Currently, I need to hit the back button and go and like hit the back button again and sign in. Okay, so if I remember, I did the Fibonacci. So 1, 1, 2, 3. Oh golly, I don't remember how I did my capitalization. Email's already taken. Okay, found it. One of the 10 things that I tried. Okay. Now let's try to create a new one. To create a new wish list, push this. We're going to create a wish list. Create new wish list. Name. John's stuff he want. Create wish list. All right, we did it. Now I should be able to go over to Supabase. Notice that my local development is connected to the same remote server that prod is connected to. So this is definitely like hobby developer zone. You would not want to do this for a commercial production application. The test that I'm about to do, which is to verify that my production database was updated with the thing that I did on my local. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it though. So wish list, and here I can see the raw SQL record in the Postgres instance. John's stuff he want name. Success. Cool. Also want to update favicon. Yeah, so let's do the logo on the favicon next. Although I want to be able to add an item to my wish list. So here's John's stuff he want. Let's go to the full list. Now you can see it shows up here. Let's click this. It just shows this. I'm going to commit this. This is a committable increment. So we want to do a bunch of small commits. So this would be feat, wish list, home link. That's the main thing, is that it adds a wish lists home link. I'm actually not going to use the IDE tool here. I'm going to add a new terminal in the Welephant repo and do this on the terminal so that I can read the output. So let me git status, right, as I expect, git commit -m feat wishlist home link. And to some extent, my family could start using this as soon as they're able to put things on lists, right? Although in an ideal state, they're anonymized, but if the list can be used at all, even de-anonymized, it's at least useful enough I can send to my mom and say, hey, check this out. Something that would be really useful to overcome Supabase spinning down the app would be import-export functionality. Let me make that as a to-do. Cool. That would be a nice feature. Some comments were filtered to protect the community's experience. Huh, I wonder what they said. Okay, so we can check for sell. There should be an automatic build that was already kicked off. Oh, I did not push, actually. So I committed. Let's push. So while that goes on, I will start working on my picture. I think I might have made like a elephant picture. Let me go see. I was using like an AI art generator thing. We can use it together if it doesn't work here shortly. Like if I can't find it on my computer in short order. I think it was texting my mom. Yeah. So I don't actually think. Is it on my computer? How did I text it to my mom? I think I screen capped it on my phone. Yeah. So I don't actually think this is on my computer. We can do something quick and like see if it works, but we might do this. I might do this offline. Any advice for new coders? Yeah, I mean, my advice would be get a job and then hang in there and work your way up. For the first like couple years, I am a fan of that like 6 to 12 month thing, switching every 6 to 12 months. And then I would say like, yeah, I mean, that's mostly it. That's mostly it. For later in your career, focus on soft skills, like flex your soft skills anyway if you have them even early on. But yeah, focus on learning to code, then focus on landing a job, and then focus on being good at a job, kind of in that order. I'm using Khan Academy. Do you think it's a good start? Not really. Not really. Code Academy over Khan Academy. Hotpot AI. No, this is not what I want. What is the Google image? Oh, mini. Google Art AI Mini. DALL-E. Mini DALL-E. That's what it's called. Hugging Face Crayon. Crayon is what I want. So let's go to Crayon. Okay, and what I'm going to type here, let's do Christmas elephant cartoon. Let's see if we can get a quick AI-based logo out of this. By the way, Crayon is a tool that I've used before to help generate some of the inputs into a shirt that I designed. So Latterly has a store. Let me show you how you can get this. Admittedly, I can make it more accessible because it's like weird to get to it currently. Yeah, codinglife-store.myshopify.com. And you can see this Latterly AI built t-shirt. And check it out. This is my store. I designed all this stuff. So you'll be supporting the channel. And I think the art here is pretty cool. Like these little cartoons, the AI drew some of those. All right, so something like this could be like a Welephant logo maybe. I like this one with the Santa hat. At least as a placeholder. I might like tweak it later, but I think this works for now. Yeah, so let's grab that. File, save as. This will be GitHub, Welephant, public. We'll add it here. We'll do, this is the Welly Boy. This is the Welly Boy. We're going to call him Welly Boy. Wellyboy.png. Works for me. What did you use when you just started? Because there's so much to choose from, I don't know which one is better. So I started with JavaScript on Codecademy, and I recommend you do the same, believe it or not. 10 years later, the same is still a good idea. After I learned JavaScript, I just like learned vanilla and went and got a job. I would not really recommend that today. Today I would say learn vanilla, then learn React, then get a job. And also it doesn't hurt to do some lead code today too. But you don't necessarily need that. It's a significant improvement, but it's not a requirement. Do with that as you may. Cool. So we did a git push. That should already be processed. Let's check in with Vercel. Here I can see wishlist home link already deployed, and here is the URL. Let's go over there. Looks like a green deploy. Let's do a visit. Bam, bam, bam. Close this. As I expect, welcome to Welephant. I'm going to add, I want this to open in a new tab. I don't like it that it takes my user away. So that will be another small thing we can add. That is a target blank. Yeah, so here on this, I'll add a target equals underscore blank. Okay, that should cause the Wikipedia link to open in a new tab. And now I will also restore the logo, and I will use the Welephant pic. Scrolling to the top, it's coming from source logo PNG. Let's navigate over there in the folder structure. Here's the logo PNG. This is the Blitz logo. I could rename, I could like recycle the same name. But I want to go ahead and name the elephant Welly Boy. Because this is going to be like, what's the guy's name? And it is Welly Boy, and let's name him. So logo from, this will be Welly Boy, wellyboy.png. And we can retain the JavaScript variable name is still logo. That works for me. Let me make sure there's no like ARIA labels that are like misleading or anything. So we have the source, alt, see, here's the alt. It says Blitz.js, Welephant's logo. Okay. So that seems like an incremental improvement. Let's make sure that it works first. Oh, so this is the secondary terminal for Git operations. My primary dev server is still running. This is prod, so I don't expect the picture to show up. Let's go over to the local dev server. This is on my wishlist details page for the ID of 1. I'll remove the metadata in the URL and go back to the home page, and I expect the picture to show up. Bam! Oh no, it's super squeezed. Super squeezed. Let me alter the, and this is why we check, right? Let me alter the style. I will retain the width attribute, and I will delete the height attribute, I think, and try to, hopefully it will auto size itself. Must use width and height or layout fill, Yeah, I can use layout fill, I think. Let me comment the fixed. How do I get an internship for CS students? I don't know. I've advised people to do this to success in the past, although even though I'm not an expert on this, the approach that I've taken is I prepare people to pass a junior level software engineer interview. And my thinking is if you can pass a junior level interview, you can pass an internship interview. And so far that seems like it's true. I will tell you that I have worked with people in the United States. And so if you are not in the United States, that, my advice may or may not work for you. I'm a junior QA analyst. Do you think it would be easier landing a software engineer role from my experience? Easier than what? Like you use the word easier, but easier compared to what? I will say this. If you have experience as a junior QA analyst, it is definitely possible to move into software engineering. I will say that. Saludos. Are we talking Spanish? Buenos días. ¿Cómo está? Or saludos can be like different languages, right? But I only talk one of them. So if it's Portuguese, I'm lost. If it's Italian, I'm going to have a bad day. Whoa, that got really big. So this is not exactly what I wanted. Okay. Let me style the container. Maybe it's trying to fill its wrapper. No, it's filling the whole page. Bro, why are you so big? Fixed intrinsic fill responsive. Let's try responsive. Maybe I need to Google, this is the Next.js image tag. Maybe I need to Google how to use that correctly. Must use width and height properties. Okay, fine. I'll use, we'll do it that way. Let me go get the correct ratios then. So this file is 250 by 249. 250 width by 249 height. I actually don't know which is which, but we'll guess and check. Okay. Well, the size is fine, although it's like located badly. Let me, maybe it's because of this logo class. I don't know what style the logo class is actually applying. So let me check out Control-C, Control-F, Control-V, home dot, brings me over to this. Ah, look at that. So the image size is being manipulated by this same CSS. So we'll get rid of that. Okay. Much better, right? Thoughts on learning Vue than learning React? I mean, that's fine. It's just going to take you longer. It's not going to really like hurt anything. It's not going to hurt anything other than it's going to take you longer. So, but if you have the time for it, if you're not in a rush or anything, it's actually nice. Like if you have the spare time, it's actually nice to learn multiple frameworks because you can compare and contrast them, and you look like a lot smarter. Okay, so I think the logo is looking good. Is it too big? Let me know in the chat if it's too big, but I think it's kind of fine. Islamic Post says, I am in US. That's great news. Great news. Okay, so let's also fix the favicon. Let's fix the favicon quickly. So here's the favicon.ico. And I would like to PNG to favicon. I don't really know like which of these is best, so I'm just kind of guessing and checking. So now I have a favicon.io. First, use the download button. Place the files in the root directory of your website. Okay. Cool. In general, I would encourage you to be more careful than this, but I believe I have used this website in the past, so I'm kind of like gonna just like do what they say. But like, if you get a random zip file and unzip it on your computer, that's like arguably dangerous. Looks good. Thank you, all caps. Thanks. And I'm not putting it in the root. I'm going to put it in the public root. So over here. I think I pushed the wrong thing on my keyboard. Oops. So here's public, Control V. Okay, so I will so first of all, I will delete favicon.ico, the existing one, and then I will unzip. Well, I guess I'll open. I was going to try to unzip here, but it didn't seem to want to work in one click. Okay, so we unzip like that, and you can see the the favicon.io generated all of these versions of the file. And this is a lie. It looks like it sort of restored the old one, but it's actually a caching problem. And you can see if I go to properties, it's the correct one. And there is a way to like force Windows to refresh the file icon cache, but I'm not going to bother about that. I know that it's good. So eventually I'll delete this, but first I want to verify the site is working. Okay, let's grab these. Come over here. Index. Does the index say anything about a favicon? Nothing, nothing. Oh, it will be in the a different page because it's supposed to go in the HTML head. So it's not in my app TSX. Let's double check. I think it might go in that head tag right there. So Next.js favicon. Next.js favicon. Things are being slow. So they just add the head tag like that. Cool. So I'm already using the head tag here, so I'll just expand it. Like if I was not using Next.js, I would want to use the HTML head, right? So that's why this is kind of intuitive, that this is the right thing to do. Unexpected token HTML. I didn't add that token. Okay, that seems to work. That seems to work. So where was the unexpected token HTML? I'm going to comment this stuff. Okay, if I comment all this stuff, it's fine. Literally any of these, it pisses it off. So if I use just this one, you're mad? And why are you mad about this? Link has no corresponding closing tag. Ah, yeah, they should be self-closing. Kind of not the most intuitive error, but I mean, I guess I get it. So we'll add these one at a time and make sure that they are self-closing. So you notice the ends of these tags are not self-closing as copied from the favicon generator website. So I'll go ahead and close them like that. And then my formatter is helping me. Cool, so we're happy again. Now what I would like to do is make sure that my dev server favicon is in fact updated. And it is. You see, what does the favicon do? It's this icon in the tab there. Can you see that? So I was going to suggest that I hard refresh the site, but like it's already working, so we're good. So now that I confirmed that, I will delete this zip folder. It's no longer needed. And I will commit. I will commit these changes. And so this is basically adding up like better logo and icon and favicon. So git commit -m. I coded Warzone, by the way, by myself, by the way. That's super impressive if true. JavaScript, it's TypeScript, close. Okay, commit m, and this is feet, logo, and favicon. Always leave that line break in the middle there. I could no verify it. I'll go ahead and let it run the linter. That's fine. We're going to get to a point where we can add a wish list to an item, and that will wrap it up for today's stream. I think we got about maybe 45 minutes to go. Quick reminder, if you search my username on Twitch or YouTube, you can see the full screen. Thanks everyone for being here. Please do like, subscribe, share, do all the things. And if you want to learn to code, hit me up. Do you know what a software development engineer in test is? I think that's what it is. SDET, software development engineer in test. The real Ali, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Is it hard to learn React? For some people, for others, no. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say it's easy, but I would say I think it's worth it, and most people can do it. I would say that. Yeah, it is. What do you think about SDETs? I think they're cool. I think they're useful. I mean, if you can get a job at Google or Facebook, then that's really awesome. whether like almost regardless of your title. Like some of these elitist people want to shit on like, oh, you got a job at Amazon, but it was a front end engineer job. Ooh. Oh, you got a job at Facebook, but it was an SDET. Ooh, it's like not real or something. It's like, fuck off, dude. Like if you get the bag, if you get that job, that's awesome. And once you're in there, you can transition if you want to. If you're a software development engineer and test for a little while and then you don't like it, you can switch out. I have one student I'm teaching right now, and he was asking me like, should he be afraid to apply for this role because it said the role was called JavaScript developer, but if you read the job description, it said that it would be mostly on the quality engineering team. So they would be writing like automation tests in JavaScript. And should he be like worried and like avoid that job description? I'm like, no, apply for it, get the job. Like apply for any job, get any of them, unless you have a real red flag, but that's not a real red flag. And once you've gotten that second job, then moving around the industry is really, really easy after that. Can you make good money in SDET position? You can. Now, I would not tell you that the average SDET role pays better. I don't know that to be the case. I think actually in terms of long-term career prospects, it's not as good as ordinary software engineer. I'm doing that off the cuff, going by memory, so I could be wrong, but I think that's true. But don't mistake your later in your career for earlier in your career. Get your foot in the door of tech however you can, and it's easier to move around later. Don't let that be a blocker to your first role. Thank you for all the follows. We're getting a lot of follows. What programming language do you recommend for beginners? I recommend learning JavaScript and then learning React. Is cybersecurity a hard career? Got it, thanks. Very, very welcome. Is cybersecurity a hard career? I'm not a cybersecurity engineer. I've never worked as a cybersecurity engineer. I do know cybersecurity practices. I perform cybersecurity tasks as a software engineer. I've worked with people who are like dedicated in a DevOps team and an InfoSec team, GitOps team. Like I've been offered those jobs. So this is kind of like based on my perspective. I think it's like pretty easy. I think it's like easier than being an ordinary software engineer. I think there's almost like a cybersecurity bubble in the industry where, but I don't really know. This is not my area of expertise, but it kind of seems to me that it's like easier to get into in some ways. Bro, in my uni first year, 5th week, they gave us a maze generation exercise in C++. Yeah, I don't like the way coding is taught in school. I don't. I took one coding course in school and it was like, it put me off for years. And I didn't get back into coding until I had a real use case to actually learn how to code to automate some data analysis things that I was doing. Cool. Quick call out, if you go over to YouTube or Twitch and search my same username, you can see the full screen. What are we doing now? What we're doing now, let's verify that the production deployment went through. There's an error in the logo in Favicon. Let's check this build error. What's up? So this is just the git diff. This is the GitHub code changes. But I want to look at the build details. Inspect deployment, open in a new tab. Root value has an unexpected property. All right, these look like just warnings so far. All right, here's the actual failure. Can't resolve public Wellyboy PNG. All right. So somehow I am referencing the file incorrectly. Which languages do you use? I use Ruby and Python in my day job. In my side projects, I like TypeScript. I've previously coded in PHP, Java, and Visual Basic. Yeah, that's me. I think what's more important is what I recommend for others, because even though I've used those, like, those are not all equally useful for the beginner. I think you should start with JavaScript. Then as quickly as you can, get to TypeScript. Okay. Why did the build fail? Let's try and take a look at our project configuration. Here is ESLint. I don't think that's going to be the problem. Editor config, I don't think so. Just no, next config, yeah. I think it can be the next config. Oh, did I have a headphone die? Let me put on my other headphone. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Switched headphones because I think the one is about to die. Okay. Right. So we're checking if it is this Blitz config over here. Custom server, dev, like, so all these configurations. Let's see, let's look for a logo in here. So this is the configuration object. It is a Blitz config type. Resolver path options. Okay. I think these are not the droids that we're looking for. Maybe something around here, export path map, dev, dir, outer. I'm wondering why did logo do fine when it was named logo? Like the path is basically the same. So I would expect like logo.png to be called out. Control-Shift-F looking for logo.png. Can we check for the file's existence in the directory? Sure. I mean, it's there. Let's go look. Public/welly-boy. So here's public welly-boy. There it is. And there was previously a logo.png right here. You know what? I wonder if this is it. Yeah, check this out. It's a capital PNG. Let me rename that. I wonder if that's the reason. It could be. Git does not even detect a change, but it could be the case that that pissed off the compiler. So I'm going to change it to Wellyboy logo. That's a significant enough name change that Git will detect it. I will also, here in my index, Wellyboy logo, Wellyboy logo.png. Git status. We can see the deleted Wellyboy, added Wellyboy logo. So we're going to git stage all. Git status again. I'm expecting the 2. Good. Git commit -m. This is going to be fixed : logo name. Logo name. Yeah, that works. And I'll do a no verify. Just because I don't want to waste the time with the check. I think it's low risk. Git wouldn't detect it, you don't check in images. Yeah, you totally can. Bro, I'm in CS 103, what am I looking at? Welcome to TypeScript. Welcome to React World. I didn't want it to run all these tests. I hit no verify on the commit, and I didn't hit no verify on the git push, so it's still doing that. Oh, we're over 50 people all of a sudden. What up, what up? Welcome. If you're interested in coding, if you want to learn to code, if you already know how to code and you just like hanging out with other developers, welcome, gang, gang. Follow the page, like it, smash like. If you go over to YouTube or Twitch, search my same username, you can see the current live stream, you can see the whole screen. I encourage you to do that. I read 2 1,200-page books on Python, but now I wish I focused on JavaScript instead. you know what? They're both good. They got their different strengths and weaknesses. Python is more so for data analysis and for server-side stuff. JavaScript is more so for front-end stuff. But at the end of the day, you're probably going to get a job either way. Python is like really nice for lead coding. It's really nice for that. Okay, so we pushed, right? Push is done. Let's go check. We're on Vercel. It's already picked up the push on the Git hook. Build is happening. That whole public folder should not be checked in. Fake news. Fake news, dog. Get good. Skill issue. Kid Kakashi. Ayo, what up? Why do they all look the same, but they're not? They are all builds for the same application, but this little string right here is called a SHA or a UUID. So that represents the commit being built. So they're all building like similar things. That's why they kind of look similar, but that's why you see the slight difference there. Okay, cool. So this says it's ready. So let's check it out. Yeah, and you can see here's the elephant, and if I click to a different tab, then on the previous tab, you can see the elephant favicon. Now, when I'm on the current tab, it's really hard to see just because I have so many tabs open, right? But good. This looks like a great build and deploy. Y'all can check it out right now if you want. Welephant.vercel.app. Welephant.vercel.app. Okay, so let me close some of these tabs. We don't need them all open. And the last thing that I'd like to do in today's stream is get the ability to add wishlist items. So we're closing these favicon related things, cleaning up some tabs. Now we're back on localhost. I'll just send you a bill. All right, thanks. Cool. Blitz generate, like this doesn't need to be here, so we will remove that stuff. I'm just going to say to do clean up the below. Do I really need to clean it up? Can I just delete it? Documentation, GitHub repo, Discord community. Let's leave the GitHub repo and we can kill the other stuff. And then I'll have a built with line. Yeah, powered by JS. I'll say built by John. Okay, and then we'll do throw my TikTok in there. Or I'll do my not John's link tree, my social homepage. So I'll put this in the byline. Cool. So there's built by John Vanderveer. That's in the footer. We got the Discord. I'm not going to be doing a Discord. We're just going to have the GitHub repo. We'll do the Welephant GitHub repo. Make sure that we update the URL right there. So here's GitHub Vanderveer Welephant. Okay. All right. And then this stuff I can get rid of. Let's check out the GUI now. Boom. All right, so this is what it looks like now. I just watched your video right now on Codecademy Pro. Were you a paid sponsor? No. Codecademy Pro doesn't pay me anything. I wish they did. I just like them. I just recommend them. Free Code Camp doesn't pay me anything. I just recommend them. I mean, I'm kind of a paid sponsor of my own thing, I guess, but it's just like I built it. Am I a sponsor or did I just build it? So like, if you want to pay me money, we can do some one-on-one consultation, or you can go to my store, codinglife-store.myshopify.com, buy some of my shit, These would be like good ways to, if you want to try and send me money. Maybe I should just like put my Venmo in my bio or something. Okay, so this opens the repo, looks good. How much for a 1 hour consultation? It varies. Hit me up. Let's talk about it. I mean, I'm generally kind of around the $100 mark, but you know, discounts for some people and stuff like that. I didn't get it, Code Academy or free Code Camp. They're both good. It's just if you want to pay money or not. You get what you pay for. If you have $0 to spend, go to free Code Camp. If you can spend some money, go to Code Academy. If you can spend a lot of money, get a personal tutor. You need to set up a business instead and take credit card. I can accept credit cards already. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to pay by credit card, hit me up. I have tools for all that stuff. Yeah, and I can do deferred payment and stuff like too, if that helps. How much quicker can you teach me instead of Code Academy Pro? So I have a 1-year job guarantee. So I don't just teach you to code, I also get you a job. You could potentially learn to code in as little as a month, but like I can't guarantee that. That depends on the person. But I do have a 1-year job guarantee. That doesn't apply to everybody, but it applies to everybody that I admit into my programs. So you need to do the consult first. Where is your website? Check my TikTok bio. Check my TikTok bio. You can also go to latterly.io. So you can check my TikTok bio. You can hit me up on Twitter. You can go to latterly.io, and that will forward you to Teachable, latterly.teachable.com. So this same Teachable website, you can do either the free course or hit up the consult. And if you're wanting to do mentoring, like one-on-one mentoring, you're going to want to do the consult, basically. I need this program. I appreciate it. Yeah, look forward to seeing you. Hey, even do the free consult, even if you don't want mentoring. Because we can just chat, I can meet you, I can advise you on like other ways that are maybe low cost or even free. And I've had people that I did a 30-minute consult with them and referred them, looked at their portfolio, it was already good, and I just referred them for a job after that. Like they didn't even need to do any paid sessions at all. So that's what the consult is really cool for, is it helps us like meet each other and understand each other, because you can't just give the same advice to everybody. That's like so lame. Personalized, customized for the win. That's why schools are lame too, right? You get like 100 people in your class and you're like weed out class in freshman year and you like don't even know what's going on, and then you're like flunked. So lame. Okay. I guess, should I push up what I already did? Yeah, let me push up what I already did. Small incremental changes for the win. So this would be feet, RM, or like, it's not even just removing, it's also just updating. So I'll say accurate footer and Welephant GHURL. Thanks for the follow. By the way, if you search my username on YouTube or Twitch, you can see the full screen. Cool. Cut that. Git commit m. Control C, and so that I can come back and pass the no verify flag. I'm going to get pushed with no verify. All right. Thank you for the follows, Jack. Inbachi, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follows. Good to see you all here. Almost at 5K likes. Let's hit 5K. That would be great. Okay, so we're looking good. And what I want to do now is you make a wish list, but then I want to come over here and be able to, and so here's my wish list, right? And now I want to be able to add items to this wish list. And so how can I do this? This is the wish list details page, so let's pull up that component. So we go over here, we go to pages, wish lists, and then you can see this bracketed syntax is how how Next.js enables us to pass variables through the URL. So you see this says wishlist/1 in the URL, and that maps onto this bracketed wishlist ID. So we're actually literally picking out the details page based on the wishlist ID. So this is the equivalent file for that URL, basically. So this is the wishlist details page is what I've been calling it. Close some unused files. And then this says export const wishlist. And I would even like to call it wishlist details. Wishlist details page. Okay, I'm going to Control S. All I'm going to do is verify that renaming the component did not break my file. Okay, and it did break my file, so that's why I'm going to do one small change, check it. One small change, check it. Wishlist is not defined, and so this is on some other page that is importing it. Wishlist ID TSX. Wishlist ID TSX. This is the same page. So I guess it's referring to itself, and that broke. So I'm going to copy this, Control C, Control Shift Z to forward redo the change that I undid. And now I'm going to look for the reference to the wishlist component. And basically, I'm just going to update the reference name. Yeah, here we can see there's the red squiggle underline, cannot find wishlist, wishlist component is not defined. And that's just because we just renamed it. And this is now the wishlist details page. Control S, and now that fixes it. I can hold Control, and you can see the VS Code IDE references the component internals. I can click it, it zips me over there. And these are all signs that it's working. 5K say less. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Batty Dice Rolls, is Batty here? It's telling me to invite Batty Dice Rolls, but I never know if that's TikTok messing with me or if that means that they're here. If you're here, what's up? Thanks for being here. Okay, so we updated this name. It's like a minor thing, but I think it's useful. The more important thing is that I need a button here, right? I need a button that says like add wishlist item. Okay, so now I could also click edit, and this is the edit the wishlist page. I don't want to do that over here though. I want to do an add wishlist item button. And maybe the add wishlist item button will be in two places, on the view page and on the edit page. Maybe I'll put it in two places. So we'll have a reusable component, maybe. But start first things first, a little bit at a time. And the first thing that I want to do is just put a button on this page. So it says edit, delete, and I'm going to have another one that says add wishlist item, or add item to wishlist. I'm going to save that. This path name is not correct. Basically, all I'm expecting is to have the button. So add wishlist, add item to wishlist. So it's there. It looks pretty awful, right? So let's fix it. As a first pass, I want it to look like the buttons on my homepage. And so I will go get the syntax for that. Class name buttons, no. Yeah. Button display block small. Let's grab all this. I might not need all that. And that was on the anchor tag, right? So this class name is on the anchor tag. So we'll similarly apply this class name on the anchor tag. I expect nothing happened. Let's take a look. Yeah, nothing happened, and that's expected because I also need to bring the CSS over. So Control F dot button, and I'm grabbing the CSS. Here's button small. And then there was also, there was one more. But let's start with this. Do I have a style tag here at all? So this page does not have a style tag at all. So let me grab the style tag opener. So here's the style tag opener. You can see it's using a backtick for a template string. So it's just a big giant string inside of this JSX style tag, which ends up being an HTML style tag. So that's intuitively named, right? And that is under the footer, so it's at the bottom. So to replicate the pattern as closely as possible, I'm going to put it at the bottom of my JSX component. This close slash is a JSX component close. So I'm going to go just inside of that. And this is the empty template string that I'm going to start with. Let's add into this the button and button small. I'm going to select all of this and tab a few times to indent it. Okay, and I'm going to save that, and now I expect that my button over here, see, it looks like a button, but it's on the same line, it didn't wrap yet. And that's because we still did not bring over the display block rule. So let's bring over that rule. So here's the display block rule. Bringing that over, and just out of my own preference, keeping them in alphabetical order. I think my headphone is telling me that it might lose power soon. Oh, let me throw this other ear on the charger, so if my right one dies, maybe I can swap them out. But I think we're getting close to the end here anyway. Cool. And now it's all on one line. That's too big, though. I was actually expecting the small style would make that smaller. So instead of saying small, so what does that small rule do? Let's look at that. It goes by rem, and it only adjusts padding. Instead of using the small style, which doesn't do what I want, I'm going to say I'm going to give it an additional atomic style. I'm a big fan of these atomic styles where you give it an isolated rule, one CSS class for one rule that's named based on what it does. And so I'm going to say width 300, let's say. This might be too big. I might want to go like 150. Oh, and I need to actually use the rule, right? This is one of the things that's annoying about atomic styles is that if you change from like 300 to 150, you have to go update all your class names. And that's why something like a feature-based name like small might be more convenient because you can update the definition of small without updating all of the class name applications. But I'm going to prefer atomic for now, despite the trade-offs. So that's 300. What do you think? Does it look good? Is it too wide? Is it too skinny? I'm personally going to make it a little less wide. But let me know your thoughts. I think let me try and just cut this in half down to 150. Before I update all the CSS, let me just test it out here and kind of prototype it using the DevTools. So does that look better? I think maybe that looks good. It's like the equivalent of four-ish of these buttons. So this button is about 55. This is about 25, and then if you account for the padding, it's close to like 30. So together they're about 80, and then doubling that about 160, 180. So that's what I think I'm going for, 160, 180. And yeah, this is at 180, so I think that looks good. Let me know your thoughts, but I'm going to go for that for now. So we'll rename this to be width 180 instead of width 300. Update all of the things, and then we want to F5 refresh the page and make sure that the style sticks. So DevTools got wiped, but the style stuck. That's great. Add item to wish list should actually bring me to a wish list item creation screen. So this should be wish list item /new, if I'm not mistaken. I'm testing this out. We'll see. Page could not be found. Okay, I'm trying to get to this page. You see this page? Wish list items, plural. I think that was the mistake. So let's switch item to items. And now it says create new wish list item. So this is almost what I want. The reason this is not what I want is because it will be created without an association to the wish list. So this will just be like an orphan wish list item. That's not what I want. But it's almost what I want. So what I'm going to do is copy this new page. Let's see. I'm going to make a new folder. So we have the wish list items folder. I'm going to make a new folder it's literally called new. Now I'm going to move the new.tsx into there. And this would be in the URL new/new, which is not what I want. What I want is this to be the index of the new folder. Does that make sense? So it's literally just /new. Now I also want one of these dynamic pages. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to rename this wishlist ID. Not wishlist item ID, the wishlist ID. Because it's going to create a wishlist item that's going to be bound to a particular wish list that we reference by ID. Okay? So let's just sanity check this, and I'm just going to go new / let's just refresh the page, and it should actually it should not work. Oh yeah, it should work. Yeah, it should work because it's an index now. But this should also work /1. Okay, let me try /4, and that might error. No, it still works. So it will work even if the ID that I'm referencing doesn't actually exist, which is kind of sus. Have you ever used your cough shaking the whole code? I'm sorry, yeah. I've been streaming for like almost a couple hours now, so I'm like losing my voice. Have you ever used Java servlets? I think at some point, but like don't quiz me on them. Okay, so here it says create new wishlist item. In this case, I wanted to know about the wish list, and I wanted to say this item will be added to this wish list. So let's make a paragraph here. Okay, this item will be added to the wish list referenced by ID in the URL. And now we can distinguish this page from this other page, which doesn't do that. And in fact, I want to add a bit of a disclaimer there. And so here I'll say, warning, and I'll put that in a strong tag. And I'll give it a color or style, color red. I'll say warning, this item will, this item will be an orphan that is not on a wish list. This is probably not what you want to do. See that? Warning, this item will be an orphan that is not on a wish list. This is probably not what you want to do. And let's see if the, I think that red looks good. We can try dark red if we want, but I think the red looks fine. Yeah, dark red looks kind of not as good, huh? Okay, warning, this will, cool. So I think this looks good. Create new wish list item. And this is an incremental step, an incrementally contributable step. So let's do this, even though, oh, and let's, yeah. Let me finish up one thing. As it is, this is not quite what I intended. The wishlist details page I want to send to the right path. Then I'll be good to go. Wishlist ID. Wishlists/wishlist ID. Wishlists/wishlist ID. Okay, so this page, I'm gonna right click, close others so I don't get confused. Okay, in this page, here is the new add item to wishlist button. And what I want to do here is I want to go to the right path. Path name is going to be wishlist-items/new/wishlist ID. And then we get rid of this edit piece, okay? Control S. So what do I expect? I can go to my John's wishlist page, click the add item button, and then I see the text that says this will be added to the one based on URL. That's the flow that I'm anticipating. Let me start by resetting to the home page. So we're logged in. To create a new wish list, push this, which is not quite accurate because we're technically looking at the list of wish lists, but there's the create wish list button. Now, John's stuff you want, so we're here, add item to wish list, click that. This item will be added to the wish list referenced by ID in the URL. Good. So this is not the end state. This is not like as optimal or as convenient as it can be, but this is like a small step that I can commit. And then what I'll do after this is this item will be added to John's wish list. So it'll be like looked up. The name will be correctly looked up. But for now, this works. Do you have any advice for a new coder? I know basic HTML, that's all. Check out Codecademy. Codecademy. I'm not sponsored by them. I literally just recommend them. I used it myself. If you're a student, you can get a discount, whatever. The specific course that I recommend is the front-end engineer career path right there. That's if you have a little money to spend. If you have a lot of money to spend, book me for a personal call. I can do one-on-one mentoring. That's even better. If you have zero money to spend, check out Free Code Camp. Free Code Camp is the best free and open source option. You can also check out my link in my bio and Latterly-Slides. It's arguably better than Free Code Camp. And that's also open source. Okay, so let's do a commit right here. So we'll say git commit -m feat. And what is the feature here? The feature is add item to wish list. Okay, now what I want to do is have it actually work. So create new wish list item. This item will be added to the wish list referenced by ID in the URL. let's make that look get looked up correctly. Okay. So here I'm going to start by like basically pseudocoding. This is going to say wishlist.wishlist.id, or no, wishlist.name. Now wishlist doesn't exist, right? So I need to define it. So const wishlist equals, and this is where I'm going to use React query, or I'm going to use like the Blitz, whatever, the query. It's an abstract query. I don't know that it's necessarily using the library React query. It's technically using Blitz. So where is the query selector? I'm going to look at my wishlist ID edit page, because I think it will use the same mutation. Oh no, this is an update mutation. I want to use the selector mutation. Wishlist, get wishlist. So here is the query. Here is the query, use query. And where's that come from, by the way? So technically it's a Blitz use query. I don't know if they're using React query under the hood or not. Okay. So yeah, const wishlist set query data, wishlist ID. Cannot find name wishlist ID. Okay. Let's look for, how did we find that? Because we got it out of the URL, which is the same thing that we want to do now. And so remember, the file name is how we know that we have the wishlist ID in the URL. So I'm going to use param. We are going to, I think this is the right one. And then this one, I think that's right. This one, I don't know. But there's already import at wishlist. Yeah, so this is the existing query, so let's do that. Is that Python? This is TypeScript. What does no verify mean? It means skip running the Husky hooks. So I have this thing called Husky hooks, which whenever I do a commit or a push, it automatically runs tests. You see the .husky folder right there? There's the pre-commit, pre-push, and these hooks will run linting and test before the commit and the push are allowed to proceed. Sometimes if a change is like really trivial or like really safe and I just don't want to waste the time to wait for my tester and my linter to complete, I'll pass no verify, so it just goes through. Thank you for the rose. God bless 17. Thank you very much. Hey, if you're a developer, if you like hanging out with developers, follow the page. If you want to learn to code, maybe you're not a programmer yet, but you're interested, please do follow the page in that case too. And I'm just glad y'all are here. It's great to see you. We're almost at 5,000 likes. Hey, UMOH, what up, what up? Y'all should go follow this guy too. Cool, let's get back to it. So set query data, I'm not really sure that I need. So let me add a to-do. I'll say to-do, maybe rm set query data. I'll just leave it as a to-do right now. So now I have the wish list, and then does wishlist.name work? I'm hovering over it, and the IntelliSense is telling me it knows that name is a string. So, and it knows that wishlist is a wishlist data model. So this is an indicator that the data is already flowing through correctly. So let's go ahead and do a functional test. I come over here. This is bogus, right? This is super broken. So I'm going to reset the URL to the home page manually. Okay, so we're going here. Let's go to the list of wish lists. Here's my wish list. Let's try to add an item. And then you can see this item will be added to John's stuff he want, which is my wish list name. So we know that that's working correctly. I'm going to do a little more emphasis added to the wish list named. I'm going to do a little, make it a little more clear that that's the wish list name. And I think I would like to do underlines. So I'm going to do a span. style, text decoration, underline. Okay. Let's get rid of those double quotes. We'll just do the underline is hopefully enough. Let's double check. This item will be added to the wish list named John's Stuff You Want. You know what? We can do better. We can make this a hyperlink that will go to that details page. What do you code? This is called Welephant. It's a party tool for like throwing parties where you do gift exchange. It's open source. Let me get that link for you. Vanderveer/Welephant. That's it. And then what does white elephant gift exchange mean? You can click the README, check it out. This is a big old Blitz logo. I think I want to remove that. Built with Blitz.js. Let me go to my README and remove that. What does it mean, name? All right, let me get rid of name. That's goofy. I think that's a little cleaner of a README. What do you push it to? I'm pushing it to GitHub. Good question. I'm also pushing it to Vercel. That's where I'm being hosted and deployed. Let me go ahead and delete set query data. I don't really think I need that. Let's go ahead and delete that. Okay, now I want to go back to where I came from, basically. Okay, so here's how I do a link. I'm going to copy this for reference. So I'm on my wish list item page that will create a new wish list item. Do they have the same name, by the way? New wish list item page, new wish list item page. We want that to be distinct, so this is going to be new wish list item for wish list. New wish list item for wish list page. Save that. And this is going to be a new wish list item orphan page. So we can see they're both making new wish list items, but they do it in a different way. And this is a long name, I know, but long and specific names are much better than short and unclear names. Steven, how's it going? Good to see you here. Marna says, thank you, very welcome. Hey, quick reminder, y'all. If you go over to YouTube or Twitch, you can search my same username, and you'll be able to see the whole screen. Much better view than on TikTok. You only get this like half a screen kind of view. Over 6,000 likes. Thank you so much. Okay, so here is the link, and we are going to create a new link. And where do I want it to be, above or below? So let's look at this page. Oh, it's actually not working right now. There's some error. Let's see if we can look on our terminal. I think it's because I renamed that component while I was trying to serve it. So let's refresh back to the home page. We might need to restart our whole server, actually. So here I'm going to the list, stuff you want, item to wish list. Okay, so that was enough. I didn't need to restart the whole server. How long have you been coding for? About 10 years. Have a good one. Thanks, Steven. See you. This item will be added to the wish list named John Stuff You Want, and I want to turn that into a link that I can click and go there. So I'm going to add it just like this. Instead of a span, we're going to have a link. Let me copy wishlist.name and comment that span there, and then I'll save this. And now it says John stuff you want, but you can see I have a cursor pointer and I can click it and it moves me to the wrong place. So we need to update the path name. What I want the path name to be is wishlists/wishlist ID. Excuse me. Now I click it and it takes me over there. See that? Bam, bam. We're navigating. Navigation for the win. What website have you created by coding? Can you see it if you don't mind, please? I mean, a bunch of them. So you can go to my TikTok bio and you'll get taken to my what's called my social homepage. I built this myself. So I coded this. So this is one. And then like all the stuff that links here. So here's my portfolio. Probably that's what you want to check out. Vanilla Flat White, that's one of my fun projects. ECMAScript if you're nasty. A collection of micro projects. The Stolen Turkey, this is a fun one.
Gobble, gobble.
It's just playing if you click it, it makes a turkey noise. So it's playing that in my ear. I don't think you're going to be able to hear it. But if you go there and if you click the turkey, you can hear. It's an audio capture of my son. He's like 2 years. When I recorded it, he was like 2 years old, and he says gobble gobble. And so it's actually my son's voice. When you click the turkey, it goes gobble gobble in a little baby voice.
Gobble, gobble.
And you can change the tail feathers. You can let's see. BE123. Hex code. It's got validation. Hex code must be 6. Okay, I don't know how to do hex codes. CCC, can I do that? Yep, there you go, I changed it. AAA444, DDD999. Cool, changes colors, right? That's one that I had fun doing. I did that, it was around Thanksgiving, I think last year. So it was like holiday themed. And this Welephant is kind of Christmas related and holiday themed too. So that's something you can do to spice up your projects. If you want to have there are certain projects that it's good that everyone does because they're basic and standard and you get to learn the basic and standard ways, which is really important. You make a blog, you make a portfolio, right? But then you can also spice it up sometimes and do something that's like holiday related or seasonal. You know, you go to Starbucks and they have the seasonal drinks. It's just a little fun twist. Do that with your code too. Why not? I just started coding my first class. What do you recommend to learn Python? I just started coding my first class. What do you recommend to learn Python? Codecademy. I'm a simple guy. Keep it simple. Codecademy is where you can go. I do recommend JavaScript and TypeScript to most people, but you can learn Python over there too. Is it the world's best Python course? No. You can probably find a better one. But it's well recognized. When you get, Codecademy, that's what I said too. Thanks to Penna. When you take a course, some people just want to consider the teaching quality. There's more to it than that. Something that's really important is the brand recognition of the course. Because when you put it on your resume, that's what employers are searching for. That's what recruiters are searching for. That's what's going to catch eyes and it's going to give you credibility. Is because they know that name. This is one of the reasons universities are so important. If you learn to code at Harvard, it matters because it's Harvard. You see what I'm saying? Brand recognition. So there might be some guy, Vincent Vasquez, that has this really cool course on Udemy and he teaches Python really well, but nobody knows who he is. So it's not good as a credential on your resume. Does that make sense? So pay attention to that aspect too. That's one of the reasons Codecademy is so valuable. Even if it's not the best course in the world, it's very well respected and it's very well known. It has brand recognition. Okay, I digress. So John stuff you want, here's the wish list. We want to add an item to the wish list. Here we go. This is not going to work though, because even though it says it will be added to the wish list, it's actually going to create an orphan. So we need to fix the logic of the mutation query. We need to fix the logic of the mutation query. Let me look over here. I could do an incremental commit, and if you can say I could do an incremental commit, it's often the case that you should switch that code over to a should, because many small commits is better. So let me stage these. And what is the description of this commit? Oh, and I also want to get rid of this span, right? So let's get rid of that. And we'll stage that line change as well. So what this does is nav to and fro, so I'm going to say this is better navigation and better component naming. Better nav and component naming to and from, let's just say to and from. New wishlist item for wishlist page and the wishlist page and the related wishlist page. I'm going to pass no verify because I ain't got time to waste on testing. Git push, no verify. Push it up to GitHub and Vercel. It's open source, so you can go check it out now. I'm a student learning how to code, but it's hard as a freshman. I know that's right. I use W3 school, I guess. Yeah, why not? Our teacher gave us something called Zybook. It's very trash. I'm sorry, yo. That sounds so bad. Holygod, Goat46. What all caps, what pro GM you using? This is VS Code. VS Code for the win. That's the pro GM I'm using. And what compiler? So this is TypeScript. We're using a TypeScript compiler. It's abstracted away though because I'm using the Blitz toolkit. So Blitz does the compilation for me, and it uses Webpack under the hood as well. Cool, cool. All right. What I want to do now, so we can navigate back and forth, right? I need to true up. The this item will be added to the wish list named X. I need to make that actually a true statement. So we have a reference to the wish list object right here, right? This is an instance of the model, so this is a wish list instance. And then that is what's forming this link. This will be added to the wish list named, and then here's this. Where is the part where I create a wish list item? So here's the wish list item form. We're going to be updating this form. Router push. So it's going to create a new wish list item and then automatically change the path name and navigate you to the details page for that wish list item. So here's the mutation. This is the thing I want. Mutation list item values. So these values you can see. Oh, we got a bunch of people coming over. Hunter Heston says hello on YouTube. What's up? Thanks for being here. Quick reminder to everyone on TikTok, you can go over to YouTube or Twitch and see the whole screen. Is starting web dev agency hard? Yes, starting your own web dev agency is hard. Yes. I don't recommend that. Much, much easier to get a web dev job than to start a web dev agency, in my opinion. Maybe I'm just bad at agency things. I don't know. Okay, so let me get rid of these to-do comments. I don't need that. You can see the way this form works is it's using Zod. I'm not going to go explain Zod right now, but basically the user comes over here, they enter name, they hit the button, and then that name value is fed into values. There's a trick here because I want my mutation to be aware of more than only the form elements. The form elements only have name, but I want the mutation to be aware of the wishlist ID, which is in the URL. I don't want to make my user type that. I'm just going to pass it I'm just going to pass it for them conveniently. The way I do this is I will ... I will destructure values and reconstruct it, and I will append wishlist ID. And this is the same variable that's already in the component scope. So it's up here, we got the wishlist ID, and it's just continuing down just like that. That's all you got to do. Look at how clean that is. This is HTML. No, this is TSX. So this is React using TypeScript. Question when you have time, how robust do you feel that Blitz.js is? That is a tricky subject, my friend. I think it's, to say it in summary, I think it's robust enough to be an extremely beneficial hobby application default. I think it should be the default tool, the tool of choice for your hobby applications. And I do not think it is good enough to be a commercial production default. Next.js, yes. Blitz.js, not yet. It could be useful. It could be useful for commercial, internal, experimental applications. Not as a default, as an option. I think that's the maturity level that I would put that at. I hope that was helpful. I am Lou. Hey man, how is your Sunday going? Very well. Thanks for asking. I think we have maybe 10 or 15 minutes left in today's stream. Working on this application that my mom and my family will be using for Christmas. I didn't take it apart says, what's React? React is a rendering library written in JavaScript that helps you build websites and other things. It can also be used to build mobile apps, desktop apps, and much more. Is this C++? Is this C? Is this assembly? This is TSX, which is React with TypeScript. TSX is, stands for JSX, which is an HTML-like syntax. So the syntax is similar to HTML, you can see. It's an HTML-like syntax, but it's technically JavaScript. So these are JavaScript components. This is a whole page, a web page being defined. But it's being defined in JavaScript, technically TypeScript, but it's compiled to JavaScript. And it follows this kind of hybrid syntax where you can have your JavaScript functions and your HTML, or your apparently HTML. It's really not HTML, but it looks like HTML, so that you can use the same mental model. Does that make sense? Hunter Heston, that makes sense. Super helpful. Follow-up, what holds it back from being a business default? The answer is that it's still in beta. So Blitz.js.com, check it out. At the very top, you can see easily deploy to, okay, they changed that. They used to talk about the Blitz pivot here. I guess they took it down. So let's go to documentation. Control F, pivot. Wow, they took it off. I guess you have to search the documentation for pivot objective. Or, yeah, these three. So read these three. These will help you. Basically, Blitz was in an almost stable state, and then they went through a major pivot, a breaking pivot to version 2.0 plus. And that 2.0 plus is really great, but it's still in beta. And so I would give it 6 to 12 months, and I think it will probably be ready in 6 to 12 months if no major issues are identified. Is JavaScript your main language? Well, JavaScript is the language that I would use if you decided to grill me with leak code questions. But it is not the language that I mainly use at my day job. That would be Python. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I will say TypeScript is my favorite language, if that answers your question. But not JavaScript, TypeScript. What database are you using? I am using Postgres and Supabase. This is part 6 on a stream playlist. Let me bring up that playlist one more time. So you can go to my channel, John Vanderveer, on YouTube, and you can see I'm streaming right now, so check it out. This is part 6. if you go to my playlists, you can see the Welephant playlist. And if you look through the videos, you will see that I've tried different databases with this application, and there are pros and cons to each one that I've tried. And that my current database of choice is Supabase, but that even this database has known issues. And so I'm not at all sure that I will be sticking with Supabase for very long. But it's serving my purposes as I develop the application. Okay, let's wrap this up. Really good questions. Thanks y'all for being here. Please like, follow, share with your friends, aunt, uncle, neighbors, etc. I am Lou. Nice, I'm a Python developer. Python is my main language, but I do use JavaScript for front-end development. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, returning to this, we have obtained the wishlist ID and passed it to the create wishlist item mutation. But I actually don't want to, let me close others. Let me check this out. I have a couple options. One option is that I can extend this mutation, so I can add a condition in here. The other option is that I can create a secondary mutation that has a distinct purpose. And so the trade-off that we're looking at here is how much logic is reused versus how much complexity is added to the component. If there's a small amount of complexity added and a large amount of reusability, we should extend the component. If there is a large amount of complexity added, or little of the existing logic would be reused, we should create a distinct component. Do you all see the trade-off? Why not SQL as a DB? My database does use SQL. SQL is a syntax. It is a query language. It is a syntax. It is not. It is not a provider. It's not a business that you can't hire SQL. You can't buy SQL. So Supabase is a host. They are a database provider. Database as a service. The service that they do provide is Postgres, and Postgres uses SQL. Postgres is a SQL-based database. Thank you. Very welcome. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for being here. Okay, so if we extend this, we would be passing in the wishlist ID. And I want to give it a shot because potentially we could add 3 lines of code. If we can get in there with three to 5 lines of code, I think that is an acceptable growth to the size of this component, and it's a good trade. But if we go over, say, 6, this is kind of subjective, but basically at that point, like a third of the lines would be grown, and so I might just want to create a new component. Okay, so inputs. Input is an any. This is going to validate the input. I like to put validated out over here instead of reusing string is not assignable to type. Is missing the following properties. Okay, so let me specify that this is a wish list item model. Let's try to import that. Okay, and now it's saying that it's missing properties. And then we'll specify that this is a partial wish list item. Okay. So it's telling me there's required fields that I'm marking as optional, basically. And it's right. It's right. So we need to, what specifically are we looking for? We want to know This is like kind of hard to read, right? So this is a pain point for VS Code. If it could prettify this log, I would appreciate that. Types of property ID are incompatible. Number or undefined is not assignable to type. Undefined? Number is not assignable to type undefined. What we should do here is clearly define what is the type it's expecting. And it seems that it's expecting prisma.wishlist item create args. So I'm going to directly import that type so we can better inspect it. So I'm going to say const foo equals this. Let's delete the prisma and see if I can just import these. It's not giving me that option. But this appears to work. So I can control click it and dive in. And now, so we have so the data attribute is specifically what I am looking for. And it's a XOR. Wishlist item create input or wishlist item unchecked create input. Yeah, I don't know. Which of these do I prefer? So we have this one seems safer, but I don't know if we have all the properties expect. So let's try that though. Name wish or wish list, and we finally get to what we're looking for. So these are the required attributes. Now we have name, so it's wisher and wish list that it's mad about. Have I ever told you I hate React? It's messy, even for a PHP user. Oof. What language? TypeScript. After learning the basics of Python and studying its features, what would you recommend doing? Get a job. Get a job. That is my recommendation. Okay. Can I delete the Prisma prefix here? No. All right. Thank you for the likes. We're almost to 7,000. Thank you for the follows as well. Sophia, thank you for the follow. User369, etc. Thank you for the follow. Quick reminder, if you search my username on YouTube or Twitch, you can see the full screen. The stream is ongoing right now. So we have over 50 people on TikTok, but I know that it's harder to see on TikTok, isn't it? TypeScript or JavaScript? This is TypeScript. Okay. So name, wisher, and wish list. I have the wish list ID. I wonder if that's good enough. Let's see. Wishlist ID is not assignable to type. Did you mean to write wish list? I know there's a way to pick, to pass the wishlist ID. Okay, so this unchecked input is using wishlist ID. And this one is using wish list. So maybe I need to switch over to this unchecked create input. Name, user ID purchaser, user ID wisher. Now, user ID purchaser should not be required because there's no because it's not guaranteed. It should be a nullable field. Let me check my schema. User ID purchaser is an int. Yeah, so this is a malformed schema. Look at that. Okay, interesting. So as a temporary workaround, we can name the wisher ID and the purchaser ID is the same. In other words, people creating a wish list will commit to buying the items for themselves, which is not ideally how the app should work, but that could be a temporary workaround. What I need to do is make this optional, because a wish list item is not guaranteed to have a purchaser. It optionally has a purchaser. So I'm going to put that there. Can I learn just TS and not JS, please? No, you can't. If you learn TypeScript, you know JavaScript. They're the same language. TypeScript just allows you to declare types. So JavaScript is an incremental step in learning TypeScript. So learn JavaScript, then learn TypeScript. That's the right way to do things. Okay. So let's proceed. So to do, I need to add a to do. Don't pass. What is it asking for? It's the purchaser, user ID purchaser. So I'm going to do it for now, but like I should not do that actually. So here's the wishlist ID, name, user ID purchaser, user ID wisher. Yeah, so we have let's do it like this. We're going to replace the partial wishlist item with the wishlist item unchecked. Create input, user ID purchaser, user ID wisher, and wishlist ID. And again, we're asking the question, do I want to recycle this create wishlist item, or do I want to create a new mutation? Now, currently, there are orphaned items getting created, which indicates that like maybe the existing mutation shouldn't be there at all, and the database is saying there are these required properties. So wishlist ID is optional. User ID wisher is the same in both cases. User ID purchaser should be silenced. So I think we're still really looking at a net one property change, although there's also this to do, which we're going to patch temporarily. Yeah, this is VS Code. Thanks for helping out each other in the chat. So here we'll add user ID wisher. That's not going to be passed in on the form, but we can pass it into the validator. That's okay. So this will be z.number. User ID purchaser, and then there's also the TUVW wishlist ID. And this should be optional. Let me double check Zod optional. Number min, number optional. Okay, cool. So here's the wishlist ID, Zod number optional. Types of property wishlist ID are incompatible. Number and undefined is not assignable to number. Okay, so this is telling us you cannot have an orphaned wishlist item, which is good. So Fine. That means I need to deprecate my other page. Let me see. Wish list items. New. Wish list items. There should be a new folder. What am I missing? Oh, this is, it's under pages, isn't it? Pages, wish list items, new. And this should say, to do, deprecate this page, or add a wish list drop down on the form. Either of those. What kind of DB are you using? Postgres, a SQL database. Okay, so we have this input. We're going to destructure that. We're going to add the user ID purchaser, which we are going to say is the logged in user. Const logged in user equals 0. That's a stub. And then we have user ID wisher. That's also logged in user. Why did I create a stub? So that I could continue to get errors as appropriate, and I would not get an error on this line, which I'm already anticipating the need to fix. And so you can see there's no errors. Cool. So we have, this is validated, and now it has name, purchaser, ID, wisher, wishlist ID. Good. And then that will allow this to work. And then I want to say to do don't pass user ID purchaser. TypeScript, nice, nice. What up, Conan? Thanks for being in here. Okay, so this looks good. What we need to do now, first of all, we should be checking authorized first because we're going to need the logged in user. So let's move checking authorized up. What language is this? TypeScript. Is this Anaconda language? No. Just tuned in. Please delete everything and restart. That's hilarious. Oh, we're over 100 people on TikTok. Hey, if you're on TikTok, search my username on Twitch or YouTube, and you can see the whole screen. It's going to be a lot easier for you to see. Also, smash like, share the video with your friends, mom, wife, kids, neighbors. And if you're a programmer, if you like hanging out with programmers, follow the channel. Love to hang out with y'all. If you're interested in coding, if you don't know how, also please follow. It's what I do is I help people learn to code. This is all open source. Just a reminder, the application is called Welephant. So we're making this wish list app. Oh, this is the old one. Kahneman, that's a different thing. Welephant. Voila, this one, Vanderveer/Welephant on GitHub. Cool. So we checked that you're logged in, and now I want to get the logged in user ID. So I think it's on the session. I'm kind of guessing here, but that's okay because the type will tell us. So dot, and let me just browse these available methods. Authorize, create, get private data. It might be that one. Public data. You can preview over there and see that user ID is on the public data. So that's actually what I want is the user ID. So I might tap the public data attribute, but I want to see if I can just directly get user ID. Yeah, I can just directly get user ID. Is this hosted statically? Are you using GitLab Pages or S3? I'm using Vercel. And it is not hosted statically. There is a Vercel hosted Lambda. There's a Vercel hosted Lambda. Good questions. So this is this application has login basically, so it can't be purely static. It is serverless. It's serverless, but it's not static. Okay, so now we have the logged in user. Cool, cool, we're good. And yeah. Is this better in cost than AWS? Yeah, this is totally free. I'm doing this totally free. And not like AWS, like free tier, like if you forget to turn off your EC2, you'll go broke in a couple months, like permanently free. Perfect for portfolios. Finally, somebody coding live. What's up, Iron Man Baines? Thanks for being here. I hope you stick around. Java, it's not Java, it's TypeScript. Thanks for all the follows. We got Mechanic Guitar Player, Ray Neely, Living Formula, Arctic Arnold. I hope I'm saying your names right. C.A. Hernandez. Everybody's upset on TikTok followed me. Awesome. Hi from Arizona. What's up? What's up? I'm originally from Texas, but I'm living near DC now in Northern Virginia. Okay, so what we've done is we have, in theory, associated the wishlist item to the wishlist ID, which was the whole goal. Now, how do we prove that that works? We could write a unit test. That we could also execute the transaction, then go look up in the SQL tables. That would also work. What I prefer to do is more of a user-friendly way, is to do a functional test. So I want the list of associated wishlist items to show up on the wishlist page. I live in DC, can't wait until you arrive. Conan, thank you. We can maybe get coffee or something sometime. Hit me up. If you check my socials, you can see my LinkedIn and stuff. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this, like I said, the user-friendly functional way. So I'm going to go to the wish list page. So here is wish list ID. I don't want the edit. I want the index. Wish lists. Here's the wish list ID page. So this is like the read. If you think of CRUD, create, read, update, delete. This is like your read page. This is the view for the read. So I want to update this one so that it shows the associated wish list items in association with the wish list. Do you have the code up on GitHub? I sure do. So if you can check my name on GitHub, and then this is Welephant, is what we're working on. And you can see like 31 minutes ago I pushed, and like, a couple hours ago I pushed. Stream is almost going on 3 hours. Okay, so here's John's stuff you want. Here's the wish list details page. Under edit and delete, I would like it to say like currently associated wish list items, colon, and have a list. So that's what we're going to do now. In theory, this could be an incremental commit, but I don't want to do that. I want to commit this all at once because I want the validation to be included with the feature. And so currently, as it's implemented, it would be hard to validate. You could, looking up on the SQL table, as I said, but I don't think that's ideal. John, what's the platform for using for serverless? Sorry, I couldn't catch what you said. I'm using Vercel, vercel.com. And they have a GitHub integration. It's really smooth. It's awesome. What type of database are you using? SQL, Postgres. Technically, I'm using Supabase. Where did it go? Did I close the tab? Here's Supabase. Supabase.com. 7.5K likes. I love that. I wonder if we'll hit 10. Wonder if we'll hit 10K likes on TikTok. Okay, so here's the wishlist details item. Wishlist details page. Sorry about that. So currently it goes to delete and then it's done. Let's add a new section here. I'm going to label it a section. And what I would like this to do, I'm going to give it an H2 or 3, whatever matches the top. Let's scroll up. So that's an H1, one H1 per page. You don't want 2 H1s. So this will be an H2. This is going to say currently associated. That's too ridiculous. Let's just say items on this wish list. How about that? Makes sense, right? Have you ever used Sequelize? Yes, I have, and Prisma is better. Fight me. This is honestly the first time I saw someone utilize HTML5. I love it. Items on this wish list, and then we're going to do, I guess it'll be an ordered list. I don't really know. I'm going to make it unordered. I don't know if it's guaranteed to be in order. So I'm going to make it an unordered list. And then I'll just make a single item right now, and I'll say to do loop the things. To do loop the things. Okay, so it's just like a block of HTML for now. And we see it shows up. Items on this wish list to do loop the things. Looks good to me. I'm getting hungry. What are we making? We're making a white elephant gift exchange party planning application tool with Thangy. Welephant. Google it. Vanderveer/Welephant. And then you can check out the README for what is a white elephant gift exchange. Just found it on GitHub. Thank you again. Very welcome. Array indexes are provided in React for loops. JRavel, how do I say your name? JRavelo418. You get a star. You get a star for that comment. Yes, it does. Good job. Glad to see you here. I hope you follow the page and stick around. We will be taking advantage of that very soon here. Okay. Make one small change and check it. We confirmed that it's working. Items on this, loop all the things. Now what I need to do is get those. So I need to query them. So we scroll to the top where we are preparing our data. Use query get wishlist. We're going to use another query. And this is going to be get wishlist items. Now I don't know if this exists already. Add import get wishlist items. Apparently it exists already. However, it does not, the existing query does not expect to get a wishlist ID. Are you thinking of streaming yourself for creating an event-driven architecture that uses message brokers in the future? Maybe far in the future. I don't really have a use case for that right now. That's gonna, at this point in time, I can't picture me doing that for anything. Sorry. I mean, obviously we do that at work all the time, but for a hobby project, that's like, I don't have a use case for that, and it's hard for me to imagine one. No worries. Thanks so much. I mean, it's a cool topic. Like, I don't know if I had a reason to do it, maybe. So this will be wishlist items. Okay. So this is currently broken because the get wishlist items query does not expect this argument. So we're going to have to modify it to accept that argument. But for the moment, let's assume that it works and place the wishlist items appropriately. So to do loop the things, this is what we talked about earlier. Actually, and is it map item to, and you see how I'm mixing JavaScript with an HTML-like syntax. This is the beauty of what you can do with JSX and React. Missing a key, yeah. So this is what I need to double check on the syntax for. So let's Google quickly. Person.id. Is this assuming the person has ID, or does React stick the ID in there? So these people already have an ID, yeah. Haha, nerd, that's awesome. Guilty. This new rule requires a key. Ew, this is a dumpster fire of a thread. Okay, React provides keys, unique keys for ID, for array. They added a feature where they like do it for you now, and I don't remember how to do it. You need some unique value for React to reference the node. Yeah, I know, that's true. But React added a feature where it will generate those unique keys for you, and I forgot how to do that. React generate unique keys. I mean, I can make my own if I need to. Well, hold on. What am I doing? These wish list items already have unique IDs. Bruh. Signs that you need to get done streaming because you're being an idiot. Okay, thanks. And so item, we want the compiler to be aware that these are wish list items. Oh, this query is jacked up. Wish list items. Okay, so it's not actually passing me wish list items literal. It's a wish list items like data container. Maybe I can do that. Wish list item. Yeah, that worked. Okay. So here's wish list items, and then this is an array of wish list items. Ah, very interesting. We'll look into it. Cool. Bro speaking in beat bop. I'm sorry. I'm like just not filtering. I'm just like saying whatever comes to mind. Okay. And so here's the ID, and you can see the type flows through, so the number is accepted. So this works. Now I need to put here is the item.name. N-A, yeah. Cool. So that works. Provided that the query works, but the query doesn't work. So let's go fix that. Right? Get wish list items input. Where is my query? Get wish list items. Export default async function get model names. Goofy name, but okay. Do you know C#? I do not. What IDE or text editor? VS Code for the win. Conan says, okay, I need an opinion from a fellow engineer yourself. So there was a guy from another chat, he was talking about DDoS protection. He basically said, to mitigate that, you would use a load balancer, okay, to distribute the load of requests. And he said, no, it happens at the gateway level. IDK, what this man is talking about. Ah, no, he's right. You want to use a gateway, like API gateway. You can use a load balancer, but that's like a weak defense. A gateway is a much stronger defense. But I should have said you need a load balancer and maybe something that throttles the requests. Was I right? So you can use a gateway to throttle requests, yeah. But also API Gateway has features like DDoS mitigation built in. It can detect DDoS. It can shut them down, block IP. And cached responses is a big deal here. So if you're letting a request through the gateway, it's like going all the way to your server and it's putting a toll on your server. And that is how a DDoS is successful, because it accumulates toll on your server. With a gateway, it's going to try to first issue a cached response that never touches your server. So you can literally take billions of requests on a gateway and it doesn't even bug your server at all because it never gets to your server. That's why gateways are so powerful. They also make performance amazing on your website, and they reduce the cost of your server because you can use cache responses, and it has built-in cache handling. Okay, closing all these things, la 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 la. Whoa, this is goofballish. Please make sure your database is running. Bro, you make sure the database is running. Okay. The NLB or ALB. I like application load balancers. Network load balancers have their use cases, but they're pretty much for like, they're pretty limited in their use cases, pretty much for like internal segregation of duties and traffic internal to your VPC or internal to your account. You can make them work externally, but like don't do it. You want the application load balancer for external traffic. Application load balancers also make getting the SSL certificate and rotating it super easy. So, and they have additional stuff that they can do because it includes a logical layer. So NLB is going to be like lighter weight and like very iron. It's like your iron layer of role segregation, but the application load balancer can do other things too. It's like more fully featured. So I would go for that. Okay. Items on this wish list. Right. I guess we can do a link test and say none. So let's do I love you, man. Thanks so much. It's so nice. So we're going to do a length test. If it exists and if it has length, then we'll return the map. And otherwise, we will return the string literal none. The string literal none. Why is it salty? Parsing error. Let me spread out my, oh, I never did a ternary. That's the issue. Okay, so I did a double and. Let me switch my double and to a ternary, and now it's happy. So you can see the ternary there. It's like, do you exist? If you do exist, do you have a length? What if it's 0? If it's 0, I'll get the string literal none. So this is good. Now, check this out. What if I didn't do a ternary? What if I did an and or? Short-circuiting and or pattern. This is bad news bears. I think I'll render a literal 0. None? Oh, okay. I guess it said none because it's nullish. But there are cases where if it existed with a length of 0, like it's not null, it does exist, it's defined with a length of 0, it would render a literal 0. And that's like a big trap for React. So that's why I prefer the ternary. It will get you out of that issue. Prefer the ternary over the double and double or. Whoa, a bunch of follows. Thank you, David DeVito. Doom is gloom. User 681, etc. Captain Cringe. Thanks y'all for being here. Excuse me. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, search my name on YouTube or Twitch, and you can see the full screen. Much better view over there. 7.8K likes. I wonder if we can hit 10K. Okay, so we have the items on the wish list. It's handling the nullish case. I want, but the query is still not working. So I want it to stop complaining about getting the wishlist ID. So let's look at the get wishlist query. Find first where. Okay, that sounds great. So this is not a find first, this is a find many. Good, good. Get wishlist items inputs. And it says extends pick with wishlist item find many args. Ah, okay. So the input is already allowable. if I alter the syntax. That's super convenient. So here I'm going to change, and I'm going to pass it the find many args, which I could do this. Hey, that's awesome. So I did not have to rewrite this query. Blitz provided me the boilerplate query and an extendable syntax, which is wild. That's actually awesome. Conan says, John. What's up, Conan? I know Suicide Squad sent a smiley face. Thanks. Okay, wish list items. In theory, that should just make it work. Wow, that was so easy. I'm a little bit shocked. When does that subscribe widget appear on Twitch? I don't know. I'm like the world's worst streamer, dude. I'm sorry. I stream to Twitch, but like I don't know how to do it. And that's why I have like not that many followers on Twitch. I don't know how to do that. Sorry, man. Okay, so let's add item to wish list. Let's say Conan's new axe. Create wish list item. Oh no, error. Oh no, the world's ending. Let's go check the wish list and see if it still got associated. Items on this wish list are none, it says. Okay, so it appears that the axe did not get created. Let's check the wish list item table. It did get created. You can see here, it did get created in the database. Is that Reactor View? We're doing React today. CyberSec USA, what up, welcome. So here's Conan's new axe. ID, URL purchased at. User ID purchaser, that's correct. Wishlist ID is correct. So why did this fail? Wishlist ID is 1. Where wishlist ID, let me hit the debugger right here. Let me do a console.log. I don't want to do a whole debugger. Let me just do a console.log. I want to verify that the wishlist ID is flowing through correctly. I'll refresh the page and watch my terminal. And we can say, you see, it logs where wishlist ID is 1. So we know the data is flowing through correctly. I don't know. Okay, so let's good old log-based debugging. Wishlist items right here. Yeah, why do we never hit the wishlist items? It's an array of length 0. So, it's not working, bro. Get wishlist items, okay? Here comes the input. Let's log the input there. And the input where wishlist ID 1, right? Charlie Hebdo, I don't know what that means. React from the hooks. It is React, it is. Okay, so the input is correct. Input skip, input take, input where. Let's see. Hey man, I'll tune in again another time, but so far I love your stream, brother. See you in the future. Take care. Thanks for being here. See you, Conan. Let's keep debugging this. We're going to look at the wishlist items and we're going to look at the count. Console.table is a nice alternative to console.log for some debugging scenarios. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Leslie, good to see you here. If you're the same one, and I think you are, but I don't know. Maybe there's multiple Leslies. Okay. And then count is expected to be a number. Are you using React Query? Technically, I'm using Blitz Query, but it's basically the same thing as React Query. In my mental model, it's like the same thing, but it's technically not the same library. Yep, it's me. Okay, cool. Cool. Good to see you here. This is wild. Look, wish list items is an empty array, but count is 1. Wish list items is an empty array, but count is 1. What is going on? Okay, so the count query is running correctly. Oh, man. Is it because of the pagination args? Okay. Maybe because the take is undefined and so it's processing as a take 0? Bro, we're in some 3D chess type shit right now. What the fuck? This is where I usually smoke a bowl. No, but for real though, and play Overwatch. Totally bro verified. That is hilarious. Okay, anyway, I'm going to OR 1. I'm going to take OR 1. And what this will do is it'll change the default behavior where if I don't specify how I need to take, it'll at least take 1. Is that a good idea? It feels like that might be stupid. And what I probably should do is just tell it how I need to take. But yeah, there's Conan's new axe. Okay, so it was processing an undefined take as a 0, which is actually pretty logical. Here's the thing about computers. When you track down and debug, usually the computer is being logical. Okay, so I am going to not OR 1 it. I'm going to specify the take. Let me look where else this is used. This same get wishlist items, Control-Shift-F, Control-V, enter. And I want to see how it's used elsewhere. It's acting like it's not used elsewhere, but I feel like that's a lie. Wishlist items index. Yeah, it's right here. It's the VS Code. The VS Code file indexing on Windows is garbage, and multi-root specifically. You need to deep copy the array. This looks like Java. It's TypeScript. What programming language is this? It's TypeScript. Where is the DB defined? So I have a schema file. So I'm using Prisma. So here's the schema file. I actually really like the schema DSL for Prisma. Personally, I'm a big fan, to be honest with you. If y'all are enjoying it, smash like, send it to your friends, family, neighbors, and pets. Subscribe to the channel, smash the buttons. You know, thanks for being here. Cool. So what I would like to do is see how it's used. So this is how it's used. And then here is how I was using it. And let's compare. Use paginated query. Okay, that makes sense. So there's actually a different query user method. Comment out the way that I was doing it. Keep the way that was already being used. Items per page. What is it? It's going to be 10, 100. Whoa. Let's keep this generic. So I'm going to export constant items per page. Going to export that. Over here, it's like, what do you mean items per page? We're going to import it. So we're using the same variable literal. And then page, I don't know what this means. Router query page. I think I'm gonna just like cap wish list on items. No, maybe. So now I have to make a whole paginated implementation, which I didn't plan on doing. I should have thought better. Sorry. What are you making? Welephant, a party wish list app. Lets you set up a wish list of items, and then people can get like sign up to like get different people's stuff, and it's still a surprise at the end of the day because it's anonymized. So I'm going to handle handle more than 100 items on a wish list. We're going to just put it as a to-do over here. Okay. Okay. And this is skip 0 per page. Per page math.infinity. And then what is the issue number on this? Number 15. So literally, if they have more than 100, I'm just going to error. No, I'm not. I'll do a janky alert or something. What should I do for now? I'll just ignore it. I'm just going to ignore it for now. Stick my fingers in my ears and go, la, la, la. That's how I handle bugs. I'm in freshman in college and I'm struggling to get into coding. I'm majoring in computer science. Do you have any tips? Yeah, so I hate the way programming is taught in university. I don't blame you. I only code because I have real use cases that matter to me and I'm passionate about. So get something you're passionate about. If you don't have that, maybe you want to switch majors. I didn't major in computer science. So you might want to pick a major that you're actually passionate about, and then you could code on that. Or you can code outside of school. The other thing you could do is just like tough it out. I mean, if you want to be a tough guy and like, this sucks, but do it anyway. There's a time for that when you're in school, right? Social networking, I think, is another big deal too. Like, get a friend group, and if the friend group is into coding, you'll like have fun together. Even if you don't necessarily like it, you can still like basically push yourself into doing it because all your friends are doing it, kind of thing. And then the last tip that I would have is give yourself rewards. So, like, I do this for budgeting. It's not a ton of fun to budget, but like I should. And so what I do is, if I do my budget, like I'm going to sign off this stream and I'm going to do my budget with my wife, and then we're going to go out to eat as a reward. And that's like my incentive that helps us both like actually care about doing the budget, is because we go, oh, this is saving us money. We can actually use part of that money to reward ourselves. Vibe? My professor literally visually teaches us with cards and movie characters. She hands us programs without any explanation. It's literally vibes. Like, I do not like the way it's taught in university. And you don't need C++, you don't need C, you don't need assembly, you don't need Java, these languages that are often taught in university. Like, I'm saying this as an engineer. I'm not saying this as an economist, because I have a background in economics as well. As an engineer, I partly want to suggest switch to a business major because it's easy. and then just learn Codecademy and go that route and end up programming anyway. Maybe do a coding boot camp. I'm not saying avoid the degree, but I'm saying maybe switch out of the major. So that's what the engineer in me is saying. The economist in me wants to say computer science degrees pay bigger than business degrees. And so this is like a window of analysis that there's not good information on. Like, given your situation, what's the better path and what's the counterfactual analysis? There's some reason to think that you're going to end up fine at the end of the day either way. But there is some reason, like, it could be sus advice switching out of computer science if you can swing it. I would say this, if you're about to fail out or drop out, don't do that. Switch majors before you do that. But if you're like passing and you're just like, this sucks, but I'm passing, stick with it for now. I think that would be my advice. By you don't need Java, do you mean JavaScript or just Java? Like, you can get a programming job with either one of those. You don't necessarily need Java, is what I said. And the reason I said that is because Java is often taught poorly at university. It's pretty, in computer science programs, it's pretty unusual to get a lot of JavaScript. There are these like computer science adjacent programs that are like a web developer degree or like a software development degree, maybe. I don't know, I'm less familiar with those. But in your traditional comp sci, it's usually C++, assembly, and Java, as far as I'm aware. Okay, let's get back to this. So this is the items per page. Did we get Conan's thing? We got Conan's new axe. Leslie, we did Java, but it's not really a good language for learning too much ceremony. That's exactly my point. It's exactly my point. I think most people who have taught others to learn to code would agree that Python and JavaScript are really the beginner-friendly languages because they're dynamically typed and multi-paradigm. And so things like object orientation, you can add those later. Types, strong typing, compile failing, you can add those later. You don't need to start with those. Okay, so we got Conan's axe. We got Conan's axe over there. And no errors, so the queries are working. The things are succeeding, the passes are passing. Let me take out my console.log statements. I've heard Scratch is meant to be good for learning. I've heard that too, but I'm sus on it, but I don't know. I think there is some academic research showing that like it's easier to learn, but the return on investment to learning it is so low because no one uses it professionally. So, like, I get that, like, Khan Academy knows what they're doing and it might be easier to learn for, like, middle school kids, but I think if you look at the whole life cycle value of learning, learn something that's going to get you a job. Like, learn something that's going to get you a job, I believe, is the best way to do it. Basically, I think the Scratch might be easier to learn than Python, but learning Scratch and then learning Python so that you can actually get a job, I think that's like taking the long way around. You can just learn Python, and it takes longer than learning Scratch, but it's shorter than learning Scratch and Python. I think that's what I'm saying. So what I'm looking for here is console.log statements. Get wishlist items starting with input. So is it in this context, console? Let me refresh the page. Maybe it's like an old log statement that's gone now. Nope, we're still seeing it. Get wishlist items starting with inputs. I can look in my recent file changes. That looks fine. That looks fine. Going through each of my files in my git status and looking for the console.logs that I need to clean up. Oh, wow. Senior developer vibes, right? I feel like I need to fix my formatter too because the semicolons are being applied inconsistently. So maybe that's just what the starting with input. Maybe that's just what the thing says. Like it's not actually my console.log, it's just how the query works. Starting with input. All right, because I don't think I ever wrote down starting with input. Okay, so we'll leave it be. Maybe that's just like the built-in info logs built into the method. That's fine. CS student here, they have us learning Java first. And then someone else says Java is easy as hell, enjoy it. Like, get out, dude. That's like such elitist garbage. Java is not easy as hell. Hell isn't even easy. Hell is not even a good place to be. Belliot Biss. Okay, I think everything is working. So let's try this one more time. Let's reset back to the homepage. Okay, so we're going to go to a list. This is the existing list. Let's add an item, and this will be Leslie's new hat. New hat. Create it. Boom. This makes me sad. I'm going to create an issue for that, but I believe that the item was still associated properly. So let's go to the list. John stuff you want. Conan's new axe, Leslie's new hat. So see, we're good. Even though the deep details page is busted though, but I will to do that. So this will be fix wishlist item details page. Bad route, yeah, it's a bad route. I've been on the stream too long. I've been on here like 3.5 hours, so I'm not gonna fix it today, but it's basically a bad route and we'll fix that next time. Thanks everyone for being here. 100 people on TikTok. We're gonna close the stream soon, so please follow the TikTok page, and you can also find me on Twitch and YouTube. And with that, I'm gonna push up this commit, verify prod works, and then we'll close out. So what's the message here? The message, oh. Why am I getting a bunch of errors over there now? Oh, somehow I screwed up my schema. That's not good. Yikes. I must have hit a bad keystroke somewhere. Okay. Let's stage all of these. And then the main thing I did is add wishlist item list to wishlist page. Git commit -m feat add items to wishlist page. I'm going to do a no verify, push, no verify. Okay. Thank you for all the follows. So we go to Welephant, we can see the last update 16 seconds ago. Here's the build notification for Vercel, all hooked up, beautiful. I'm going to click back so I can open this in a new tab. But actually, I already have the tab open, so I'll just click over here. We can see Vercel is already building the latest changes, add items to wishlist page. Monorepo, yeah, this is currently a monorepo currently. Wish I would have paid attention in that C++ class. Nah, forget C++. You don't need it. Previously there was an error. Let's go ahead and check that out. It may or may not be relevant. You said you'll fix it later, but it looks like it should be wish list items in the URL with a dash. You know what? If that's all it is, you're right. I'm going to do it now. Okay, so, oh, and these should be linked. That's another thing. Yeah, I think you're right. So let's click this. It's problematic. But let me switch to that. That's the whole thing. Leslie for the win. So, okay, all right. I'm going to nickel and dime myself. I'm going to be on here another hour. But okay, let's try and fix it real quick. So this is wishlist items path name. Didn't mean to derail. No, thank you so much for doing that. That's like a super quick fix. It's really helpful. Wish list items. And there's the other one. I think this would actually be a contribution to Blitz, the framework repository, because this is a thing that they're automatically generating like that. Do you think building projects is easier in Next or normal React? Ooh. I guess you mean create React app. I don't know. I would say for single page apps, create React app is probably easier. Literally, if you don't need to add React router. I think if you need to add React router, so you're creating multiple pages, then I would say you should use Next at that point. I would not necessarily say it's easier at that point, but I would say I recommend it at that point. Okay, so thanks for the question, The Deep Lagoon. Since you asked a question, you get to be the new guinea pig. The Deep Lagoon's kayak. If you have a deep lagoon, you need a kayak, right? And then we go and it succeeds. All right, thanks y'all. And the wish list item link there is bad. So let's wish list items, details page. That's another quick fix of the same kind, I believe. So here, let's refresh the details page. Click here. That did not succeed. Why? I'm going to right-click, empty cache, and hard reload. And I can see in the URL preview in the lower left, it's still not correct. So we are on wishlist items, details page, wishlist items. Yeah, it's a different page, that's why. Okay. Someone skipping unit tests. Yep, I have been skipping unit tests. You caught me. I'd use Next.js for everything these days. Yep. Okay, so that fixed it. And then here's just loose wish list items, the Deep Lagoons kayak. And then this, dang. Okay, so we need to fix that one too. So this is the wish list items list. This would be the index page. And the issue here is the child paths are broken. So let's fix those. Okay, so we go to the Deep Lagoons kayak. It takes us here. And then this should provide a link to the wish list details page. We'll to do that also. Cool. Good feed, good fodder for the next stream. So, told you errors above, saw it as you scrolled. Good catch. Good catch. So we'll be working on those next time. Be sure to follow the page. Let me push some of these fixes. So this will be git commit -m fix some like item paths or item URLs. Let's skip the unit tests again because we're bad. No verify. I hit a space key. Oops. Okay. Let's check. It looks like the build failed. Let's see why. Build error occurred. Gotta go deal with kids, but it was nice joining you. See ya. Good to see ya. Where should I start to get into coding? First, you can check the link in my bio. You can also check out Code Academy and Free Code Camp. Those would be the 3 resources I recommend. So, well, it's this specifically. Let's see if what we just pushed might have fixed it, possibly. Nope, looks like the error item URLs still has the build error. Muddy Waters 33, follow the host. Thanks for the follow. Unhandled error. I don't know. Let's check out that page, wishlist ID. Let me close others so I can zoom in on this page. So this page had some sort of issues. Excuse me. One thing I can do is stop my server and I can try to blitz build. And see if when I build it locally, do I get any different information? I think I got like a zit coming in, that's no good. It is peculiar that this is using a template string and the others don't. It's peculiar, but it should be innocuous. Wish lists, wish list items, wish list item ID. Angular, this is not Angular, this is Next.js, which is a framework using React. You can see the TSX file extension at the top, which means React with TypeScript, basically. $8K likes. Oh, so close to 10K. I guess we're not going to make it to 10K today. Okay, so errors were encountered. They were encountered here. Not really good information here. Error occurred pre-rendering this page. Maybe because it shouldn't be pre-rendered. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, so I will try to comment section by section. I believe this, and then layout, right, layout. I believe if I comment that, the rest, like in this form, it should compile fine, I believe. So let's test that. Process of elimination approach. Ooh, we're over 9,000. You look down for a minute, and that's what happens. Thank you, Andrew Paysur. Andrew Paysur, thank you very much. And now we went from 20 viewers to over 60. Wow. It's been a roller coaster. We've been over 100. We've been under 20. Thank you for the likes. Okay, so this still failed. What do I like to, let's try and get even more basic. New wish list item. Let's get even more basic. So I will have new wish list item page. Which is just the layout on the H1. So again, we're going for a process of elimination approach here. Make sure the layout has no arguments, it has none. Okay, so you really don't get more elimination than this. This is about the minimum you can go. Hey, what do you think about data analytics? I think it's great. 10K coming, hang on. Thank you so much. Is this Next.js? Yes, it is. So data analytics is super important. I don't necessarily consider it beginner friendly because I think with great power comes great responsibility. We need our data analysts to be careful so that they can understand and properly interpret data and statistics. Abuse of statistics is like a leading cause of problems in business. And unfortunately, handing out data science titles like candy leads to a lot of really poor data analysis that causes a lot of harm. Especially when we think about like black box AI and ML, this stuff can just straight up it's pretty commonly abused and leads to a lot of problems. Some of them are known and documented bias problems, and others are like yet to be discovered. So I think it's really great, but I think if you do that, make sure you understand statistics and you understand what you're doing. Don't be one of these clueless people. Like, it's fine to be a developer who's just like doesn't really know what they're doing and they're hacking all day, and if it works, it works. It's not fine to have that attitude as a data scientist. That is inappropriate there. Have you tried Svelte? So much better than React. Svelte's great. Muddy Waters 33, give me a shout out. You got it, bud. Thank you for all the likes. We're over 10K now. You got it. Muddy Waters 33 for the win. Okay, so this build succeeded. So our elimination approach succeeded. So let's do this. Let's use the same name, and there's a small chance that literally the variable name is the problem. So we're going to test that. Got hella thumbs up and hearts right there. I love it. Whew. When I tell y'all I am going to be lazy the rest of the day, a 4-hour stream is not what I set out to do, but we made it. What are you making? Welephant, a white elephant wishlist and party app, open source. Check my name, hit up GitHub, hit up YouTube, Twitch. You can see all the juicy details. So this worked. So let's go back to a time where we were using the upper component. The component name does not appear to be the problem. It kind of seems like the path name is the problem, which is super goofy. Because the path name is, let's try it. So here the path name is incorrect. So why would this pass compiling? Is this using React Native or just React.js? It's using Blitz.js, which is on top of Next.js, which is not using React Native. So this is not a React Native application. Okay, so that failed, and I'm actually kind of glad to see it fail. I'm kind of glad to see it fail because I would be very perturbed if changing that string caused the compile failure. Okay, so let's comment everything except the, oh, what happened there? Everything except the layout and the title. Let me comment these. Definitely just taking a guess and check strategy at this point. We'll get there. Guess and check based debugging. Not the most elegant approach, but it works. Just kind of a grind. This is the boring part of programming that you don't hear about. Strategies like a guess and check strategy. Okay, so this succeeded. So what do we know? We know that one of the commented regions contains the build breaking bug. So I'm going to Control Z. And so this uncomments the top, but the body of the component will still be commented. And then this will indicate whether one of these lines contains the build breaking bug. I actually expect the answer is yes. I expect this build will fail personally. So I don't expect the router is the problem. This infinity. Infinities are always scary and sus, right? So it could be any of these. I would suspect any of these. I would not suspect the router. Okay, so the build error occurred. It would be nice if you could tell us like which line in the source file caused the issue. You don't know what McLaurin series is. I think I don't. You're not talking about guns, are you? I don't know. Okay, so let me comment this. Of these 3 lines, I think 12 is the most dangerous, although they should all be pretty low risk. But if this breaks, I'm suspecting 12. Is this React? Yeah, it's React and a lot of other sauce. Can you program stuff like Arduino? I don't think I've ever programmed Arduino before, but I'm pretty confident that I could. Yeah, coding isn't for me. I'll go into business. That's fine. Okay, so through elimination, we identified that this is the issue right here, this one. Let's confirm that by uncommenting everything. And then let's go back and comment the one that we suspect. Here I'm going to stub wishlist is an empty object. And then I'll comment the use query on wishlist. I'll even stub the ID. This is really not necessary, but I will stub the ID in the name so that I don't get length issues on those. All right, so let's try and build. Hi, are you going to be sending the code anywhere? Yeah, this is open source. So while it's building, I'll just remind everyone, Vanderveer/Welephant, use query return object. Oh wow, we're over 100 people again. Hey, if you're a coder, if you like hanging out with developers, or if you want to learn to code, if you're curious about it, follow the page. And we're getting towards the end of the stream here. This is coming up on 4 hours, so I'm going to be closing out soon. But follow the page and you can hang out for the next one. Got over 10K likes. That's awesome. So yeah, so it built successfully again. So we have real confirmation that this, by elimination, this is the problem. And so, like, why though? This is something I really don't know. Let's look for, this is not the only place that this is used, so let's look for the other places where it's used. And my searching doesn't work very well in VS Code, so I have to go find it like this. Yeah, so this is what we were just debugging, and then this is a place where it seems to work successfully. So this page has no problem building. Wishlist, wishlist ID, wishlist items, wishlist ID. Okay. And then this, okay, so I removed the set query. I'm not really sure why that would be a problem. I'm not really sure why that would be a problem, but it might be a problem. On submit. So that's an on submit handler, so I understand why it's there, but I don't have an on submit handler on mine. Oh, is it because it's expecting it to be called ID and not wishlist ID? Well, that's using ID and not wishlist ID. Use query get wishlist. So basically removing the stale time infinity. Yeah, stale time infinity is always sus. I should have, okay, so let's blitz build, and then if this succeeds, we'll push that as the fix. Is this HTML? What is it? It is React using JSX, which is an HTML-like syntax. Nate Progel, correct. Midleaf, yo, John von Neumann, brother. You there? You to go. Thank you so much. Remove the array, change it to data wish list. It's a good thought. Line 15. I currently know Python, studying web dev, about to start JavaScript. I'm so excited. Awesome. Glad to see you here. Love it so much that y'all are here. I hope you'll follow the page. We're getting close to being done for the day. And I'd love to see y'all the next time around. Okay, so that failed. Interesting. Whoa, this accepts type of undefined, but it is required at runtime. What is this? Get wish list input. Why is it using this Boolean thing? That's kind of sus. Although that was like 3 months old. I don't know why it would start breaking now. By the way, if you check out YouTube or Twitch, same username, John Vandeveer, you can see the whole screen. So that might be better for you. You can go subscribe over there. This is also part of a playlist. This is part 6, so you can get all the details and background. The playlist is there on YouTube under playlists. Okay, so currently this is the issue, and we're like, but how do I fix it though? And I really don't know why it's accepting number or undefined. Part of me wants to like, let's try it. Let's just make the number is required. I don't really know why it would be undefined. Did that fix anything? Does that make anybody happier? What language? This is TypeScript. Such aggressive typing. Yeah, sorry. I'm annoyed at the error. It's his mechanical keyboard. Yo. You know it. Are you a software engineer? Yes. And if so, is college really that important? College is important, yes. You can code without a college degree, but it's a lot harder. It's actually a variation of JavaScript. Yes, that's true. TypeScript, it's TypeScript, which is a superset of JavaScript. How do I learn? 3 options. 1, check my TikTok profile link. 2, Codecademy. 3, free code camp. Okay, so this works, so we just get confirmed. The other issue didn't hurt anything. All the other pages, there was no regression by that the change over here. But this continues to be a problem. So here, passing it the wishlist ID, and it should not be undefined. Ah, okay, maybe that's the issue. This cannot be undefined. This cannot be undefined. Okay, so yeah, it's bringing it to be a number, but it's allowing undefined. So if it's undefined, then I want to, I don't want to use falsy because that'll catch 0. So if it's undefined, then I want to redirect to the home page. Blitz.js, redirect. Teach me the way, my boy. Hit the link in my bio. Sign up. Let's do a one-on-one call. So you go link in my, or you can like contact me on Twitter, my email. My email's in the link in my bio. You can go here. There's two options. There's the free course, and then you can also get a call with me if you go over here. Dude has an econ PhD, means he's ignorant. Wow. Yeah, I studied the economics of education and coding boot camps, the return on investment to coding boot camps. So, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on what is the right way to navigate the education system and get into tech. So here we want to redirect to the home page. Here we go, push home, that's it. Use router, do I already have a use router instance over here? I do. So here's the router. So here I can router.push. Let's just try like that. Promises must be awaited. So they call to the dot catch. Interesting. If you don't want the flash of invalid content, I don't. You can use get server side props. Okay. Okay, let's do one of these. Use try and catch. I might. I think this is going to be a better approach. Oh, isn't there a way to redirect at the bottom there? Okay. If not user ID, that is not actually what I care about testing. Let's go this. So this IntelliSense ought to tell me it's a number now. Ooh. Yep, it knows it's a number now. We're going to find a tutor for C++. I don't know. useParam is called in function get server-side props that is neither a React function component nor a custom React hook function. I should have the types right here. What are you working on? Working on a white elephant gift exchange app, Welephant. Open source, check it out. You can read more about what that does. There's the Wikipedia. Is that React? Yep. What compiler is this, my man? TypeScript and Blitz. Use param and get server-side prompts. Nice, will do. I need to get into working on open source projects. Cool, cool. Why do they just put context here? They need to give me the type. HTTP incoming message object. The scroll is like offset or something. Look at that, I click it and it's like, where did it go? All right, well, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna just try to do rec incoming request like that, incoming message. We'll see if it's respected. Import from HTTP. Yep. Okay. And so wishlist ID. I'm in school and don't have 4 hours a day. If you're practicing before job search, but if you already know data structures and algorithms. Cool, cool. So we got the this, and then how do we read it out of there? Params if this page uses a dynamic root. Yeah, So this is the context type. I wish they would type it. Here's the context parameter. So really you should say context. And is it async? Yep. Let me do this. Params if the page uses a dynamic route. Yes, I do. If the page name is ID, then the params will look like it will have an object ID. Okay? So here I'll do two-step. So I'll get params. This will be wish list ID. So here's the wish list ID, and if it's not a number, and then it knows that it's a number. Cool. So if it's not a number, then we're going to redirect you to the home page. I think this does what I want. And that becomes the props method. So then I don't need this router anymore. Okay, so let's see what this does. Does it build? Could I add you as a friend? Sure. TypeScript, that's right. All right, build succeeded, even though we used the query thing. Let me pass, let me see if I can do this. Okay, so now we got the wish list ID, it's a number in there. I wish I had a coding friend. Hit me up, dude. Hit me up. See if this passed the build. The community is very inviting. Get involved, brother. What language? TypeScript. Is this a side project or for work? This is a side project. What are you coding? A white elephant gift exchange. Welephant. Cannot find wishlist ID. Did you mean wishlist item? Honestly, I don't know. So how do we pass, like how do we access get server-side props? So we're using it. Oh no, this site's gonna be so slow, isn't it? Oh, bro, go away. Egghead is cool, but I don't want a video. Okay, so here is all of that. Which uses get server-side props to fetch data at request time and pre-renders it. So it's this props data, and then here's just data. Okay, so I think I did that incorrectly. Props data, props colon, and no, that seems correct. Seems correct. So you return an object that contains props. Return an object that contains props, yes. And then you reference props. And then you reference props. Yeah, this is correct. But the use mutation hook is tripping me out in a way I've never seen it. Yeah, mutations are fun. Cannot find wishlist ID. It's right there. 6080. 6080. Oh, this one? Oh, no, they're right. Okay, because it needs to be like this. Const wishlist ID equals props dot wishlist ID. Okay, that's what I messed up. It was used more than once. I thought it was being used in one place, but it was being used in multiple places. Okay, let's see if it can build again. When was use mutation included into React? It's not. It's a framework method in Blitz. Where is it? Here you go. See? If you've seen React Query or use RPC, then this follows that pattern, basically. Is my mic still working? I think so. Okay, that compiled correctly. So let's get rid of this. Yeah, and then this will be a this is a fix. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so git commit -m fix. So we'll push that. I'm going to go ahead and blitz dev so I can test it out locally. I'll be able to see it. It's working. Well done. Thank you so much. Good job, brother. I appreciate you, man. Let's keep in touch. Life with Rilla. Digital nomad. I love it. Appreciate your support, man. So let's check this out on localhost real quick, but it'll already be building. We can see it's already building on Vercel. So let's go up to the build dashboard. So you can see it's already building, but instead of waiting, we're going to go ahead and try this out ourselves. Close all of these things we were looking at. So we come over here, and what do we want to do? What we want it to do, all we want to do is see a wish list item. John's stuff he wants. pretty new. Is this TypeScript? Yep. So we got these 3 items. They need to be links. They're not links right now. That's fine. Let's go wish list, show stuff you want. Add item. Ooh, what was that? Add item to wish list. Oh, that's broken. You put on my network tab, preserve log, so I can see what happens. This should take me to make a new wish list item, but I'm getting redirected. So that's not expected. Close others. Okay, so this right here is apparently not coming through as a number. So let's log it. What is coming through there? New bug means a new opportunity to problem solve. He's right. This is awesome, man. I just graduated Hack Reactor's program where I learned JavaScript and Python. Hack Reactor's sturdy. Let's keep in touch. Connect with me on the platforms and all that. I'd love to see how your job search goes. November's not a good month, just to give you a heads up. It's not a good month for job searching, but don't be discouraged. January, February is hiring season. So don't even worry about it. Okay, so we got redirected, but this time we should have some logs. So, wishlist ID is right here. Params, and then wishlist ID. Oh, weird. No, it's fine. I just got to parse it to a number. That's it. That is it, buddy. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're going to parse int, and then I need to pass the base 10, which is so silly. Is not a number. That's what I got to check. Let's check. How do I remember how to do that? Rough economy right now. That's the truth, boss. That is the truth. Is not a number. And then we'll say parse int foo, and I should get true. Parse int is not defined. Oh, I misspelled it. Parse int. Yeah, and I got true, right? Okay, so we'll change this slightly. So we'll say if is not a number, wishlist ID. If it's not a number, we'll redirect you to home. Otherwise, we're going to proceed. Okay. So let's try it again. John, stuff you want. Add an item. And now we're adding an item. Let's say Arilla's Rose. There you go. Success. Back to the wish list items. Got Rilla's Rose now. Is that a 2K display? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe. Okay, so we fixed it. So here we're going to say git commit -m fix, and this is wish list validation. We fixed the wish list validation. Okay, so where's Vercel? We're back over here on Vercel. The build succeeded, right? It was failing, we fixed it. But even though it fixed it, what's in prod right now, I don't expect will work. We can go ahead and test it out. But when this one does, it should start working. So let's go ahead and see. go ahead and kill my terminals. Hey y'all, if you're enjoying the stream, please go ahead and follow. I'm about to wrap it up because we're done now. So I'm gonna be verifying that it works, and then I'm gonna be closing out the stream. I appreciate y'all being here, all the support. We got over 10,000 likes. I think hundreds of people have watched this stream. That's amazing. Love y'all. Okay, so open this in a new tab. Let's go to welephant.vercel.app. This is publicly accessible. You can go here right now. I'm already logged in. John's stuff you want. It's the same test we just did, except that we're on prod now, right? Now, when I click this, I think it's going to break and send me home. See? 500 internal server error. So that's expected. That's what we already fixed. Now, let's close these. Go here. And I will go to the, it assigns multiple domains. So I'm going to go to the one that is, I thought there was one that had the SHA in it, but I don't see it. +2. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to go to the one that has the SHA in it, just to be super, super safe that this is the right one. But they're all connected to the same database. Let's see if I can remember what I did for the password. Cool. Could you teach us C# in another live? I'm not really interested in C#. Sorry about that. Okay, so here's John's stuff he wants. Let's add an item to the wish list. And now, this is McNay's. No, let's do a Space Cat. Space Cat's 2K screen. This is Space Cat's 2K screen. We go back, we go to the wish list items. Look at this. This is all the stuff we want. I'll tell you what, I feel fortunate to have been laid off being self-taught. We're going to make it, man. We got that, you know, in programming, a lot of times you just get paid more on that next role. So job search is never fun. I know it's always a struggle and it's rough to go through the transition, but you're looking at it like a blessing, and I think you're right, man, because you could come up next year making even more money. Hit me up on LinkedIn. Let's see if I can help you out at all. And everybody else, please follow the page. I'm going to leave the stream up for maybe, another minute, but I'm done at this point. So see you later. Thanks for being here. YouTube, Twitch, I'm signing off. And TikTok, I'll let us do one more